Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final day of Fatal Blowout 2021. If you've been with us, welcome back. If you haven't been here until now, this is the wild card round we're about to start, which will the winner of the wild card round will go on to take the final spot in the grand finals, which will be following right after this. So I'm going to go over a little bit of what we're doing here. These are the general rules. It's a five-way race. The wild card will be a four-way race, but time limit is 2 hours. The runners will try to traverse the entire ancient cave and kill the jelly and get as many points as they can along the way. So it's not exactly a speed run. It's more of a points-based thing. Um, right here you can see the objectives. You can type exclamation point rules in chat to get the objectives, so I'm not going to go over these too much right now. But in general, you'll have party objectives where you kind of pick your party and get points for who you're bringing in. You get item and enemy objectives, which you get points for uh, feats that you basically accomplish on the way down, and then jelly objectives, which is things that you do on the way to the jelly, or at the jelly, I should say. So yeah, that's a quick rundown. We're running a little late, so I'm gonna go ahead and try and get us into it. Let me make sure this looks good. Yeah, that looks good. Wait, uh, 1 second. Oh yeah, sorry about that. We had a VOD going up because I am dumb. Anyway, I would like to also make sure that my mic sounds good. Last time it was coming out of only the left ear, so if someone in chat could tell me if it's going good, that would be great. But other than that, I'm going to go ahead and get ready with the countdown. So hopefully all of our runners are ready. Uh, so yeah, here we go. Five, four, three, two, one, go.
All right. And we're here as well. Your rocket.
Yes. Hello. And
Not a
welcome.
not a good time for you.
No. It's a great time. I've been waiting. Just wired. Um. So yeah. Welcome everyone to the wildcard round of the Fatal Blowout tournament. I'm Rocket, and we got RC or Real Critical as my co-commentator.
That's me. Oh, I'm your co-commentator. I see. I see.
Yeah.
How it is.
I'm the main person here, of course.
I see. All right.
Yep. You're
Yeah.
my sidekick.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yep.
So yeah, we had to wait like 2 entire weeks for this one. So I'm definitely curious how this is gonna work.
Right. Everyone's had plenty of time to practice, and I'm not calling anyone out, but there haven't been all that many practice streams.
Well, you can't call anyone out because
I would
I
have
don't
to call out
think-
everyone.
yeah. I mean, Squealer's been streaming as usual.
Yeah. Squealer's a good boy.
Not sure if it was practice. So the reason why people should have practiced, I guess, let's mention that first of all. For the people who have been watching the other rounds, this time people are actually locked into a certain party. So with the other rounds, they get to pick their team and get points for it or not. And this one, they actually have a set party they have to work with, which is Maxim Decker, Guy, and Tia.
And as those who have been following earlier also know, this is the wildcard round, which means these are the people who had was the third top points, I think, or from all the intro rounds. and they will be competing for one spot in the final, which is after this.
Yeah. So the only 4-player battle royale in the tournament, everything else is a 5-way race. So that alone, I guess, raises the chances a little bit of winning it. But on the other hand, I don't really want to trade with the runners because the winner, at the very least, has to play another race right afterwards in the finals. So
Yep, that's 4 hours of caving.
Yep.
In one go. That's wonderful.
Yeah. And Rocket, I guess we're gonna be here right with them, right?
Yeah.
In for the long haul today, yeah.
Yeah, when my teachers said I never shut up, they did not know what they were saying. But we have a nice early deadly rod for Squealer and a flame shield, which is gonna be useful.
Yeah. That's a good run. That's a good room to... no, still not. That's a good item to have. Both the Deadly Rod and the Flame Shield. Definitely a good start as early as 3 minutes in.
Yeah, and killing some early eagles or horses just to get that little bit of extra XP for the course, so you don't get one shot. And also, if you're really lucky, you get that Eagle Rock, which is a nice little agility booster early on.
Yeah, so what's less good for him is that Decker already seems to be dead at level 1, so something must have sniped him. He's not going to be happy about that. The fact that Decker is not alive means he doesn't have a revive yet, but I mean, there's plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, and Decker is one of those characters that don't get one shot by course, so it's not like an emergency as long as he gets revives before course.
Yeah. I mean, or get 2 shot by course, but...
Yeah. Well.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah, so as you said, usual safety strats. Killing a couple enemies we normally either wouldn't see or would immediately escape from. So I'm not sure whether buffaloes, for example, in Mike's screen, or the jellies for Mrs. Mike are actually forced encounters, or whether killing him for experience, but I would not be surprised if the latter were the case.
Yeah, those buffalo were in a doorway, so that's probably why he fought them. Mrs. Mike and Mike are, as people might realize, married. So they're streaming from the same house, which is why their internet connection might be somewhat... what's the word?
Suboptimal?
Yeah. At least they managed to get someone to look after their kids, so I hope.
Yeah, as far as we know, yeah.
As far as we know. They might be having their kids run for them, though. That's also an option.
Oh, that would be great. I'm pretty sure we're gonna realize that.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is a treasure room for Bamboo that looks very similar to the one Squealer just had. So he also has a character dead, and supposedly no way to revive it, or doesn't want to spend the miracle to do it. And the blue chest in it, which has a C ring.
Yeah.
Which,
it's okay. Mike just picked up a sap, which is gonna be nice later on. It's a good little damage spell, or not a little one.
Yeah.
One of the big ones.
And I'm pretty sure Bamboo is leading the field here because I'm already seeing cores. Yeah.
Yep.
He's the furthest down the cave, already in the 10 floors, I guess. Is that how you say it? And yeah, the first one to get to roll the core roulette.
Yep. For those unfamiliar with this game, the cores are like the iron slimes from a certain other game with has the word dragon in its title.
Dragon Champions.
Yeah, that one. They like to run away, but if you get them to stay, you can kill them quite easily, especially with magic. And they give a lot of XP. So there are 4 different types of cores as you go through the floors, and they're always welcome.
Yeah, Bamboo seems to be quite lucky at getting them to stay. They have a 25% chance to stay, and that means that most of the time they were gonna run, obviously. So they're a bit of a pain. But also not something you would ever skip because that's a lot of experience.
So Bamboo is at least getting some cores. Mike seems to be getting cores. Squealer just picked up Rally, which is very nice for him.
Yeah. I see him announcing in the chat.
Squealer, stop looking at chat and go play.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we haven't done a really good job at explaining anything at all, what's happening in the cave or what the cave is. We're gonna get to that in a second, but now that we have kind of tackled that subject, let me just quickly address something that came up 2 weeks ago, so last time we were running, which is whether players are watching the stream or allowed to watch the stream, and I just want to say they are allowed to watch the stream. It's part of, having fun as a community. There is no prize money involved or anything like that, so it's about everyone just having fun. And maybe that clears up something.
Yeah. Mrs. Mike is now currently dealing with red mimics. I assume they got in her way somewhere where she couldn't run away from them. They are, in front of a door. Yeah, they're extremely annoying enemies. They look like the other chests, but you can tell the difference due to a slight color variation. Regular chests are slightly shinier, I would say, than mimics, who are a little bit more dull in their colors. That goes both for the red mimics and blue mimics.
Yeah. Bamboo's back at floor 1, supposedly intentionally for using Providence. Yes, he still has blue chest items. So he gets the 10 extra points for using Providence and going back in the cave. At the time of 10 minutes, that's definitely a good investment, I would say. I'm not sure if it was planned. Sometimes that happens by accident, but...
But yeah, if you get that early Providence and you haven't really got anything big in your...
exactly.
You've picked up, you might as well just get those 10 points.
Yeah.
So let's see if Squealer is actually getting cores today. That's good. He's been having some problems lately getting both consumables and lots of various things, but he's the one person who probably streams the cave the most in our community, so it's nice to see him actually.
Or in the world.
Yeah. I mean...
Or in the universe, probably.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, that's not an understatement, actually.
Yeah, so as far as the Mike slideshow is concerned, we're gonna try and keep up with that as best as we can. As far as the exclamation mark rules command is concerned, I'm not sure what the state is on that one, or whether we can get that fixed, or whether Dank is on it. But maybe someone who has the link can post in chat.
Yeah, Chico. This is do your thing, Chico.
All right, so yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna do a shout out to Michi and DZ Boy, who are currently on keeping track of the scores for this run. They've been helping out for most of the runs of this tournament, so it's very nice of them.
Yeah, there's also been a couple of other scorekeepers. Scorekeeping kind of doesn't really, get the recognition it deserves because it's not the easiest job. But yeah, definitely shout outs to both the current and the previous scorekeepers. I think yourself included, Rocket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I mean, we're 13 minutes in. You want to talk about the cave a little bit?
Oh, do we have to? Well, okay. So, the cave is an optional dungeon in the game. You can unlock it while you're playing through the game, but then you have a limited amount of characters. Or you can play through the game twice and unlock gift mode, and it will land you in the town where the cave is located. It's 99 floors, and at the bottom there is a big old jelly boss who you have 3 turns to kill. And that's about it. You pick up items as you go. You fight enemies as you go. You can pick up blue chest items, which if you Providence out, you get to keep them when you go back in. And ideally, for the 3-turn kill, you want a mixture of fractionals, which take out the percentage of the jelly's health, and so-called finishers, which just do big amounts of damage.
Yeah, that was about the most concise summary I ever heard. I'm glad I let you handle that one because I would still be talking for 5 more minutes at the very least.
Hey. And yeah, you might some of us get kind of excited when we see deadly rods. They are insta-kill weapons that lets you go fast through dangerous enemies. And they also, if you uncurse them, if you pick up a curse lifter and then uncurse them, they are also a fractional weapon. So we're kind of excited about those.
Yeah. And it seems that after a couple of good blue chests, we're now getting Earth Jewels and Tidal Jewels. So, yeah, not all the blue chests are going to be something the runners are going to be happy to see.
Yeah. There is one blue chest item that gives you 1 extra additional point, the engagement ring. But it doesn't really do anything outside of that 1 extra point, so... mixed feelings about that one for most of them. And Squealy just picked up a Berserk Blade, which is I hope he realizes he picked up the Berserk Blade and doesn't accidentally equip it on someone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the Berserk Blade is a cursed item, so if you put it on, then you can't unequip it without the Curse Lifter. And you want to keep your Curse Lifters for other stuff. And it also has a quite high attack power, so if you auto-equip items, it is quite likely to go into your weapon slot. Yeah. So it's something you need to be aware of when you're running this cave.
Yeah, and it's a quite useless item, at least on Decker or Guy, so it's definitely something you're gonna be trying to avoid. What I was gonna say is that Squealer is probably gonna be on it. What the runners usually are doing is feeding it or dropping it right away. In this race, there is an additional incentive of keeping your Berserk Blade, because if you do later uncurse it, then you do get an additional 10 points for it. So if you do find the item Curse Lifter, which is the only way to uncurse an item, and you have the freedom in terms of your jelly kill setup equipment-wise to spend that Curse Lifter on an extra Berserk Blade, then it's 10 points for you. If you don't, then you gotta get your points some other way. But it's definitely good to have it in your back pocket and keep it there, and I think that's exactly what Squealer is gonna do.
Yeah. But for many who have like the auto-equip feature in their muscle memory, it's kind of dangerous to keep it in your inventory. But I'm thinking Squealer is on top of it. But unless he wants to prove us wrong, that is always something that we risk happening.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes can always happen, right? I'll say he has the best, chances of managing it well. because he has been running quite a lot of challenge runs that that require equipping specific inventory items only and so on. So, yeah, I guess that would help. Would be my guess anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, in terms of that, everyone's probably gonna have their own strong suits. That's kind of gonna be also a showcase of who's gonna be more experienced or not. Probably with the party setup that we got. So I mentioned earlier that runners are forced into taking Guy and Tia, or having those in the party. So Decker was the usual one you were gonna get and take anyway. Simply because the Decker Blade, we can get into that later. But Guy and Tia in particular aren't that bad. So Guy is part of the any percent setup, meaning the optimal party. Tia is, well, not all that much worse compared to Artie. But unfortunately just a bit slower and way less tanky. So runners will have to adjust for that.
Yeah, if on late floors when you might need to IP farm, Tia can be a bit of a problem because she doesn't have a lot of health. So, and if you don't get any good items for her, she might be dying to the regular IP farm techniques.
Yeah.
But this is a tournament, so they might have time to grab some extra experience and then keep it going. Nice.
Yeah, so with the 2 hours they have, as you say, they should have plenty of time of either collecting levels or experience for levels and equipment to hopefully bolster up a little bit.
Just for Mike, and it's the camo jewel.
The frame drops are gonna make us curious where it's gonna be. You're looking at the still frame unopened blue chest.
Yeah.
I guess that's just what we're gonna have to deal with.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's not what they planned for, is both being in the wildcard race.
Right. This is Mike navigating past Moku Jenkins or Wood Gorems and Newborgs. But it seems she's avoiding them well. It's a bit hard to tell with the slideshow, and she gets 2 cores, so that's looking good.
Yeah, let's just say she got past them somehow.
Yeah.
We don't know how,
but she did, so it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, so something I like to mention for the cave. Within the cave description in general is that movement patterns of enemies are a big part of it. So obviously the less enemies you have to fight, the faster you can go down the cave. This is speedrun after all. And the more resources you're gonna have in terms of healing and, well, magic. So being able to avoid most enemies is, generally very helpful. Or being able to encountering them on your own terms. So we just saw Squealer negotiating some samurai here, and now what he's doing is to get a first strike encounter against Evil Fish, and I do not think that he was expecting that to happen, what we just saw.
No, that is not a first strike encounter.
That's very much not a first strike encounter, yeah.
That might be problematic, because Evil Fish will hurt.
Yep, they do like to whip out their tentacles and go wild.
Yeah, 3 8-leggers and 1 octoink. It's not the worst it could be.
Yep, he's alright. I mean, the most thing you're gonna be worried about, the worst thing you're gonna be worried about is all your characters dying. Obviously, 20 minutes in, you're gonna have to start it from the top without any of the blue chest items, because you only get to keep them if you Providence, not if you die. Having 2 characters still alive here is good under circumstances.
Yeah, and Guy and Decker are quite tanky, but they don't have magic, so it's gonna tear into your resources when your magic casters die. Even if you have rally, you need to spend your resources, regains and revives on getting them up again.
Yeah, so the reason we're fighting them at all, because usually that would be an enemy that runners would avoid 100% of the time, is that there is a certain item they drop, which is the charm food. And the charm food is required for getting the M form of a certain capsule, which again gets you 10 points if you get what is it, Blaze 5 and Gusto 2, I believe. The two birds.
Yeah.
Or the why didn't they just fly to that one place in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Mount Doom.
Okay, yeah. Good enough.
Yep.
Probably a good time to give another couple of shout-outs to Eve, who did the amazing artwork for our tournament here, which you can see in the top left.
Yeah, that's E with 3 underscores.
Oh yeah, 3 underscores, that's right.
Very important.
Yeah. Shout-outs to her.
Hey.
Definitely incorporating the Lord of the Rings theme very nicely.
Aye.
So Mike is also messing with Evil Fish. He does not get the drop, unfortunately. I was gonna talk about how there is a 100% first strike way or a way to encounter them with a 100% first strike chance. So I did not see whether he did that or whether it was caught in one of our slides, but yeah, we might see it later in this race or in one of the finals.
Yeah.
Or you guys saw it and I missed it.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Oh, but he does get a curse lifted. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Especially with the point incentives in this tournament, curse lifters are even they are usually very nice, but with the point incentives for uncursing the berserk blade or the bow, it is extra nice to get those.
Yeah, I'm eyeing one of the runners more than the others for whether they're gonna be equipping a deadly sword. But in my opinion, because of the rules of the tournament, as you just explained, Curse Lifter is worth much more than it normally would be. I believe the double deadly strat is an even worse strat than it normally would be. Let's see what's gonna happen.
I also saw Squealer pick up Valor. This is my best Squealer impression. I don't think I will try too many of those. Which is it's a high level heal and a revive, and it's a very lovely spell if you have the MP for it. It's also very costly, so it's kind of double-edged sword that way.
Who did get Valor?
Squealer got Squealer. Squealer.
Okay.
Hence the...
Yeah, so he also has Rally, meaning he's got a very nice combination of healing and revive spells now.
Right. Especially late game when you go for the both for you might encounter undead enemies you want to kill, or if you are trying to farm for IP, then Valor is very useful.
Yeah.
Oh, and apparently Bamboo also picked up Valor at some point.
Yeah, nice. So, I mean, we are already jumping a little deep into the items and stats here and whatnot. Since this is a wildcard race, I think that's adequate. But if you guys have any questions, put them in chat or wherever we can read them.
Yeah, just throw them in chat and we'll try to answer anything we can answer.
Yeah, also, if you guys want to hang out either now or after the tournament, maybe gonna get into speedrunning, check out the AC Discord, which is just linked in chat. If you're interested in that, shameless plug.
Yeah, we're a very welcoming community.
Yeah,
probably not say more than that.
We were just talking about that in voice chat before we started, yeah.
Yep. So let's see. We got revive spells on 3 people at least. I haven't seen Mrs. Mike's spells yet. I think she got the champion. So everyone has a heal at least. Very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Unless I missed someone. I see Mike fighting a couple of blue mimics, but I also see him at level 18, and it's only 2 of them, so he should not have too many problems with them.
Yeah.
Hopefully, anyway.
I mean, the slideshow is making this more tense than it needs to be.
It definitely is, yeah. So I think it's safe to assume the first round did not go exactly as he planned.
No, that was at least one frenzy. I don't know if it was 2. I think it might have been 2.
Yeah, it was 2.
Okay.
So, yeah, a strat that he devised himself is that as long as you have Decker at a decent level and you EX potion him, you cannot die, you can always escape on the next turn. And that might be what he's doing. I don't know. I think
a bit too tense.
At this point, he's trying to maybe IP farm because it doesn't seem to make sense to just, have Decker chug all of his resources for no reason. And now that you get rid of one of them, shouldn't be the worst problem of dealing with the other, and Decker's tanking everything, so...
and he has a a halberd on him, So, when he gets IP, he can do the Thunder Blast, which does a decent chunk of damage. He needs about 2 Thunder Blasts to kill 1 Mimic, so... Should be fine.
It is quite an expensive way to go about the fight, talking about healing items. But
he had 7 miracles, so I think he's good.
Yeah. I'm just speaking in general.
Yeah. Right. I didn't know he had 7 miracles, so that kind of explains why I went for that strat for me.
Yeah. And he is setting up the 100% back attack, so that's where we're going to be... Okay, so you couldn't see it because the slideshow, but he did it.
Yep.
Take my word for it.
Yeah. Squealer, we just fought some the Garbosts. Garbosts drop the Cancer Rock, which we would like to see. It's a very good item for the late game. There are 2 enemies that drop it, the Garbosts and the Cancers, which are like red Garbosts that appear earlier on certain floors. But I don't think he got it. I didn't quite see, but it didn't look like he got it.
Yeah, he did not get it.
Yeah.
So
also,
Mrs. Mike is preparing for a Blue Mimic encounter herself.
Right.
The good news is she is going to make it to the next floor. The bad news is it might be at level 1 without any items, because that's what happens if you die on the stairs. Fortunately, it's only 2 mimics for her as well. However, she's 4 levels lower than Mike has been. And as I'm talking about that, he has his own Blue Mimic encounter at the door, so... Yeah.
Blue Mimics all over the place. It's pretty nerve-wracking. But at least Mike now has the point incentive for killing Blue Mimics.
Yeah.
Although 4 of them, that's not nice. That is very much not nice.
Definitely not what he wants to see. So it's not impossible to beat them. However, yeah, you gotta have some strat in order to go about it. 4 Blue Mimics are always a bit of a coin toss, whether... If they do Frenzy, which is, well, they're a very strong attack that hits all your party members and your capsule, then yeah, you gotta take a chunk of damage no matter what you do.
They have 365 health, pretty high agility, and they hurt a lot. So generally you want to do everything you can to avoid them. there's a point incentive in this tournament for killing a whole party of them, but even then, it's kind of dicey to pick a fight with them.
Yeah.
Are probably one of the most dangerous enemies in the cave.
Yeah, sure. As a couple of runners in the previous 2 days of streaming Fatal Blowout have found out, yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, Mike try to commit to the battle using a freeze ball to disable one of them for a couple of turns. However, yeah, Frenzy forced him to escape again.
Hey. And they're in his doorway, so he kind of needs to deal with them somehow, but
he's either going to beat them or he has the Providence and take the basically 30-minute penalty. There's no way around that.
And Squealer are now at Assassin Floors, I think? Or Assassins, as they are spelled in this game. They are enemies that come right at you, no matter where you are. So they are somewhat annoying. A little bit of a roadblock gets in your way, but they are nothing compared to their older brothers, the ninjas, which have the same sprite. They'll show up a little bit later.
Yep. And did you mention that they move twice as fast as the player does?
No, I didn't mention that. But
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason that makes them annoying, yeah.
Yep.
And if I saw that correctly, then Squealer has to pay him a visit. I don't think I saw that correctly. I think he's already on the next floor. Never mind.
Yeah, he's on the next floor, so he'll be fine. Yeah, the Mike saga turns out.
Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing there, but he's alive.
Yeah. Definitely needs those 7 miracles now.
He's just, after every battle, going out, rallying, just doing the 1 step up, 1 step down, get straight back in the battle, try again.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a situation you want to be in, and all I'm seeing is frenzy after frenzy.
3 frenzies, and there he dies.
I didn't see what the 4th attack was, but
frenzy.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So,
that's
that's
not what you like
too bad. Too bad.
I'm not entirely sure what his blue chest items were. If it wasn't anything special, so the only thing I saw was the title jewel. If it wasn't anything special, then it doesn't really matter. So he's just going to be back at floor 1, which obviously is the not great part, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
The great part is Mike is really good at this, so he can definitely get to the jelly in 1 hour and 30 minutes, no problem. If he gets a little bit lucky.
The bad part is it's probably true of most of the other runners as well.
Yeah.
And only though, if you use the !rules command, you guys can see the point objectives of this race. It's still in chat up there from not too long ago. There are a couple of points incentives for clearing the race faster than the 2 hours. Thank you, Rocket. And there are only 5 points for every 5 minutes, and then the 10 points for beating the jelly below the 2 hour mark, which, you can usually assume everyone to get unless they run into problems very late in the cave. So the emphasis on time isn't as great, which is a good thing in my opinion. But it's definitely there, so if someone finishes half an hour earlier than someone else, that is definitely a big difference.
Squealer is currently in a bit of a dicey situation. Versus, he's in a room with a lot of teleporters who are herding him into Samurai, and you don't want to be herded into Samurai. It's the opposite of where you want to be herded.
I think if I look at that treasure room, I want to be anywhere except in the middle of it.
Yep.
And that's exactly where Squealer finds himself.
Yeah. Oh. Samurai have these enemies he's currently fighting. They have a very interesting movement pattern. One of the they seem completely random, but there is a pattern to them, which was some people say they've known it for 10 years, and some people just. I think it was widely known just recently. They have if I'm not wrong, they move towards you and then they move in a random direction.
Yes, and then rinse, repeat.
Yep.
That's exactly right. Yeah, so the bit weird thing about it is you gotta figure out which step they're on, right?
Yep.
Whether it's a towards you step or the random step. They can move randomly towards you, so it takes a second or a couple of steps of the enemy to figure it out, and that's not always what you have in the middle of the treasure room.
Yeah.
So that might have been what gave Squeal problems there, or I don't know. I don't want to
was
say it gave
teleporters.
problems because. Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he seemed to manage to go through there just fine, right? So.
Yeah. But yeah, the teleporters, they pretended to give him a path through the room, and then they teleported, so he had to either engage with the samurai or run into more teleporters.
Yeah. That's a great choice. Oh, Miss Mike is fighting a couple enemies that I do not like to fight.
Oh, those are very mean teleporters.
Yeah. There is 3 different kinds of them, and 2 of them are quite bad because they have 2 attacks per turn. So I didn't see whether she outsped these ones or took damage at all. But the other ones, you do not want to get a turn. Especially Dark Summoners all the way down the cave.
Yep. Looks like Bamboo Shadow is forced to deal with the Blue Mimic encounter.
Yeah.
Fighting some trolls to get that little bit of XP. Might be a good choice.
Yeah, I guess time flies. We're 10 minutes, after Mike had to deal with his Blue Mimics, or started to try and deal with them. Yeah, so if Bamboo cannot kill them, that's another 10 minutes he's missing, unfortunately, out of his total time. So let's hope he can get by him just fine, and also get the points for killing the Blue Mimic party instead of having to start over.
So Squealer is at the floors where he can find the green cores. Just to explain cores a little bit, you have 4 types of them: the red ones, the blue ones, and the green ones, and the no cores. And out of those, if you don't get red cores, you're gonna struggle, but you'll be fine probably. There are other options at getting XP that early. If you don't get blue cores, that's okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. But if you don't get green cores, which are the cores that arrive just before ninjas, and ninjas will mess you up, then you're gonna have a bad time.
Yep.
So
that's definitely true.
Getting green cores is kind of important for having a good run.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of the points where in this tournament I would spend the time of exploring floors and try and find those guys, because that is time well spent no matter how you look at it. Well, as long as you find them.
Yep.
Oh, and there's a squad
This is Mike running into the people's army.
Yeah, it is the squad after all. Oh. Damn. So yeah, she tries to get them. She tries to get them into that little hallway on the bottom so she can get some ground on the top, which is very good thinking. Unfortunately, you can only really get 1 or 2 in there depending on how they're placed.
Yeah.
So
it's a little bit too many of them.
Yeah.
Basically. But she's got good levels, and she's got a deadly rod, so she'll probably be fine there. Unless they decide to be completely On their back feet, she'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not really too dangerous until they terminal blow you, which is a instant kill attack.
Yep.
And if that happens, they're gonna drain your resources. So depending on, well, or their level of danger is depending on how many revives and or revive spells you have.
Yep.
If you have a lot of them, that's fine.
So, and she also got that draconian in that room, which she can use to block them off if she's smart about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and a blue
The problem
chest.
is,
Oh, she's got a whole army blocking them.
yeah, but the problem is the stairs are. I can't see
Yeah.
whether they're under the top or the bottom dragonia. I think they're below the bottom one if I saw that
Yeah,
correctly a second
the
ago.
bottom one, I think.
Yeah.
So she's gonna need to move them all down and then not do the detour to get to the stairs.
Yeah. So I also saw the iris sword out of the corner of my eye on one of the left two screens or streams. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go deeper into it. I was just going to mention that there is a point incentive for finding 3 of them in this run, which is another 10 points.
Yeah. I'll go a little bit deeper into the iris items. There are a bunch of iris items throughout the cave. They don't do anything. You can't equip them. You can't do anything with them, except for when you leave the cave, you can turn them in town to a woman who is very happy about it, but it does not give you anything whatsoever. And of course, we have a category called Iris Percent, which is to find all of these.
Yep, all 9 of them.
All 9. It takes around. I don't know what the record is these days, but don't expect it to be
10
fast.
10 hours something.
Yeah. You can pick up. They're all unique, so if you pick one up, then that's the one you don't pick it up later either. So you have 9 unique iris items you can pick up, and for this tournament, we have a point incentive for picking up 3 of them. I don't think that includes the jelly.
It does not include the jelly, of course, because the jelly is not an iris item.
Yeah.
The discussion is also going to take place in chat right now, but I'm going to leave that one alone.
Yeah, I think we'll be here for a while if we start discussing that. So, Squealer baiting off a ninja quite nicely, going on top of the room and then going down the bottom door to get to the stairs. Very nicely done. Mrs. Mike getting that assassin to the position where she might get a back attack on them, but there's a 50-50 chance if you face the side of an enemy to get a back attack. But she did not get it, I think. It's a bit of a slideshow, so I don't quite see everything that's happening there, but yeah. So I think
it's very much like you're watching one of those 60s martial arts movies, you know, that's kind of... You're watching an actual film and it's kind of broken and, you know, torn and worn over the time. And
I'm going to betray my age here and say it reminds me of the early days of the internet.
Yeah, that's also fair enough, yeah. Probably a bit more realistic scenario.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen 3 people fight Garbos so far, but I don't think I've seen a single Cancer Rock drop so far. Squealer has reached Prince Lizards, who are my favorite enemy of the cave. They're the blue dudes who...
the blizzard lizards.
Yeah, they move kind of slowly towards you, I think. That's the moving pattern. To just...
They move... now you have me confused, but I was gonna say they move like bees, don't they?
Oh yeah, they do. Kind of like bees, yeah. Don't have the same as the salamanders.
Yeah, salamanders do move slowly towards you.
Yeah, okay. Right. And the great thing about the Brince Lizards is that they drop the Twist Jewel. And the Twist Jewel
It's a really
gives
good item.
you... Yeah, it is a wonderful item that gives you a whole whooping 30 agility. And in this game, agility is your best stat, I would say. There might be people who disagree with that, but I at least think agility is your best stat because it lets you run away from enemies.
Yeah, I mean, really? Do you think someone would disagree with you on that? I don't think you're gonna find
someone always
a lot of
disagrees with me, so yeah.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think that's the one thing you're not gonna find an argument on. We might be arguing about, how many Iris items there are, or Deadly Sword, Good Strat, or Nay Strat, or Selen or Tia, but agility is pretty much set in stone.
Yep. Agility lets you attack before your enemy. If you have deadlies, then you want to get that first attack in so you can kill enemies before they hurt you. You don't have to waste resources on them. They also the average between your highest agility party member and lowest agility party member determines how fast you run away, which can save your life against certain enemies. And it's overall just a great stat.
Yeah.
So, kill Prince Lizards, get Twist Jewels.
In all fairness, you can get agility without Prince Lizards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
you can also pick it up
we're
from
running
it.
Tia in this run. Or that, yeah, but we're running Tia in this run and not Artie, meaning you have just slightly less agility, which means you're gonna be outsped by some enemies that otherwise would not outspeed you. Maybe we're gonna see that later, let's hope not.
Yeah.
And having a Twist Jewel completely eradicates that issue, so I could see him farm it in this tournament specifically for that reason.
The other great item you might want to farm for agility and also for late game is the Hydora Rock, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Hi. Mike seems to be struggling a little bit. He's quite low level and he's forced to take some encounters.
Yeah, he didn't get any cores, as evidenced by him being level 7, which means... I want to say he didn't get any cores because he just finished an encounter and got experience from that, so... Yeah, a single core gets you level 9, so him being less than level 9 means he didn't get any cores, and that makes the upcoming floors a bit of a struggle. So, yeah, as I was saying earlier, movement can get you through a lot of these things. Mike himself showed that off in his qualifying run in the, Group 4 race, where he died on the stairs, pretty much at the end of the cave, like level 70-something, and managed to walk the entire rest of it at level 1, at the party level of 1, to the jelly, and got a number of points from him, which... Yeah, is pretty impressive and goes to show how, movement strats by themselves let you navigate and negotiate the cave.
Hey, it's a very good example of how, knowing what you're doing can get you really far in this game. It's not just luck, it's also being good at it, knowing what you're doing and knowing how the enemies are going to move.
Yeah. I guess that's another point that's... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say if anyone out there is interested in a pretty intense run, I recommend checking that out from 2 weeks ago. It's a very intense run.
Definitely a very interesting snapshot of this tournament, yeah. I did not expect to see that.
Hey.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna mention that another point that we kind of argue about is... Oh, it escaped my mind again. I had it a second ago, I swear.
Oh, well, it'll come back.
It's gonna come back.
Yeah.
Probably wasn't that important.
See, everyone except Mike are currently in the 40 floors. which means they're either at green cores or getting to ninjas and Prince Lizards. Of course, the last floor for ninjas is 46. I think it's 46, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
44 to 46.
Yeah, and the last floor for
just started those floors.
and the last floor for Prince Lizards is 47, which is the greatest. Because you can fight
Why would
Prince
that be?
Lizards. You can fight Prince Lizards, and you don't have to worry about ninjas.
Yep, sounds about right.
Oh.
Yeah, so since we talked about basically all the components of it, let me mention again how we generally tackle the speedruns. So if you casually played this, maybe as a kid, maybe as an adult, and you figured, man, this is gonna take hours, right? So back in the day, we were basically leaving console on overnight and taking multiple days at a couple of hours each to get to the end of it. The reason why we can so easily, I want to say skip most of it, we're not really skipping anything, but you are dodging most of the enemies due to movement, or in a couple of select battles, you're getting into the encounter by getting, as Rock explained before, first strikes by either walking into the side or the back of an enemy. Then when you're in the battle itself, you can either escape from the battle right away, like sometimes you have to do that to get by an enemy's encounter and then run away from it again, and that's why you need agility. And then if you want to kill the enemies, agility is going to help you as well. The last part of the puzzle is if you actually do need to kill an enemy or want to kill it for experience or something like that, the deadly weapons, which we haven't really talked about, other than saying it's amazing that Squealer found the deadly rod early and a couple other people have found it as well in the meantime. The deadly weapons allow you to instant kill enemies. So all that kind of really puts, you know, the chances in your favor of surviving all the way to the end, even at a rather low level.
Yeah. And we have Squealer feeding time, which is always a pleasure. The Bamboo is also feeding his capsule monster. We haven't talked a lot about capsule monsters. You have a bunch of them. They help you out. You don't control them. They can be killed, but then they reappear next battle. Just peachy keen. You level them up by feeding them, and also having them survive battles. And then they evolve to new forms, which do new things. And there's a bunch of them, and they have a lot of different ways they can evolve. If you look at Bamboo and Squealer right now, they have two most, I would say, the most used capsule monsters, Darby and Sully, for various reasons, tankiness and damage. Sully Form 2 does a insta-kill attack. See, Bamboo likes naming his capsule monster as RC for some reason.
Yeah, because RC delivers.
Yeah, and Darby Form 3 has also insta-kill attacks. And they're both good capsule monsters versus the jelly at the end. If they do anything. Sometimes they don't do anything at all. They just sit there. And the feeding might seem kind of random, but there is a pattern to it. I'm not going to explain it, because then we'll be here for a couple of hours.
I mean, that's more or less what's going to happen anyway,
yeah,
but you don't want to hear about feeding.
Yeah, you don't want this entire tournament to be me talking about feeding, but yeah. There is a guide for it. If you're in the community, someone will probably link it to you if you ask for it. But you'll see, like, Squealer, for instance, he's played this so much, he's got that strat down to a T, so he's a very good person to look at if you want pointers on it. And there's a couple of other people who've been practicing and trying to come up with a more efficient strat for it. But, in general, you just want to feed yeah, no, I'm not getting into it. It's too much.
I don't know. I was waiting for you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, you want to feed your low value items first uh, until a certain point. Each item has a different tier. And I can't say too much because I don't quite understand it myself. But yeah, it
You
basically.
don't quite sound comfortable talking about it. I feel bad
No.
of kind of baiting you into talking about it.
Yeah, I just know you don't want them to say incredible or give them what they want, because then you spoil them and they won't eat anything lower value again for a long time, and you waste a lot of time on that.
That was a good explanation.
Yep.
So depending on who you ask, either Squealer or Chico did it all by themselves. Yeah. People can be the judge of that. However, the resources are available.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, so looking at the points totals, that's going to be what decides who wins or who doesn't win at the end. And I would say everyone's reasonably close. Mike is a bit behind, of course, because he died early on in the cave to blue mimics and had to start his run over. And because runners get 10 points for every 10 floors, they finish. He's naturally going to be behind the runners who have cleared more floors than he did, as Bamboo Shadow finds a Deca Blade, which is probably a good time to explain that one.
Yeah, Deca Blades, like I talked about earlier, there are fractional items in this game, and Deca Blade is the big fractional item. It can only be used by Deca, which is why we want. Well, one of the reasons we want him in the party. He's also tanky and strong and all of those things, and really cool. And I like his hair, But yeah, the Deca Blade's IP attack is a half fractional. It takes half of your enemy's health, which when you run into a jelly you have to kill in 3 rounds is very nice. It's gonna land you around 4,000 to 5,000 health if you haven't been attacked before. And yeah, it helps a lot when you get to those levels.
Yeah, it's probably the one item you're looking for this late in the cave. Until now, you're going to be hoping to find deadlies and heal spells and whatnot, but regarding the jelly kill setup, that is your most potent weapon.
And yeah, people get really hyped about the Deca Blade, but if you're a new runner, just remember that if it doesn't have a lot of attack power, so outside of the jelly, it doesn't really do all that much on its own. I've been watching new people play this, and they will equip the Deca Blade because everyone's like, "Oh, it's so good," and then they will be disappointed and not understand. But it's only the IP, and it's just for like the big health enemies where you take half of their health in one go.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you could use the IP against any other enemy and chop half of its HP off, but yeah.
Which is why I said big health enemies and not just jelly.
No one's really looking to do that, though.
Yeah, no, if you are in a position where that is your best strat, then you're not in a good position.
Yeah.
You'd much rather have a deadly weapon for those things.
Yeah, or running a very questionable challenge run.
Yeah. Right.
So, yeah, since I've been talking about very similar points totals, we actually have Mrs. Mike leading with only 1 point ahead of Squealer and Bamboo Shadow, all roughly around the 70s, with Mike, considering the floors, not all that far behind.
Okay, and if you're wondering about how she got that 1 point, I am guessing she picked up an engage ring, which is the one blue item, which gives you 1 extra point.
Yep.
I didn't see it, but that's the only way to explain that 1 point.
Yeah, if I followed chat correctly, I don't want to spread any rumors here, but there have been 2 engage rings for her.
Ooh.
Perhaps I saw this alleged second one, and there is a
Oh.
second Decker Blade for Bamboo because why not?
Yeah. There is in joke in the community that the cave is sentient and it knows what you're doing and trying to do, and it will try to hurt you. And one of the ways it does that is to give you Decker Blades when you don't need them. Which anyone who plays this game and has that little confirmation bias going on will tell you is 100% true.
I'm glad you're calling it what it is, by the way.
Yeah. I don't want to
Other
start an
people in
argument.
chat are more confused about that.
So now we got both Prince Looters and Cancers being killed on the bottom screen. Dark Garbos. No Twist Jewel though. That's too bad.
Yeah, so you mentioned Hidorox earlier, and Squealer is trying to decimate the Hidora population in the cave, presumably to pick up one of those. So he doesn't get here, but yeah, you want to talk about what it does?
Hydora rocks. They are they give you agility, which we talked about is really good. 20 agility, I think. 20. Yeah. And it also does triple attack IP, which is whatever your weapons. If you put a high damage weapon, you will attack 3 times when you use that IP weapon, which is a nice finisher for the jelly. It also, I think it costs 77% of your IP. Is that correct?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so you might, like, if you have some other low IP cost item, you can couple it up with a Hydora Rock and you're good.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's basically how I remember it. It's either 76 or 77, I can never remember. It doesn't largely matter because you got, like, as you said, you can use, say, Trick as an IP with it, and then also use the Hidora, and that's what it does.
Yeah, it's 77. I looked it up, so
yeah,
I'm a genius. People want to look up stuff on the cave, items, enemies, whatever. There's a really nice page. I'll link it in chat. It has a lot of links to most of the guides we have in our community, and also have a lot of very good information in general.
Yeah, I looked at that before, man. That's an amazing page.
Yeah. It's just amazing how it just appeared out of nowhere. No one knows who made it.
Right? Yeah, I mean, thank God no one had to manually, write that up or something. That sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah. Yeah. No Hydora Rock drops for Squealer so far, so he's gonna keep on punching those green dudes. Fun fact, if you look at Hydora's moving and you play another one Bites Dust at the same time, you'll notice they move to the same rhythm as that song.
Well, I mean, enemies only move when you move, so it does depend on your input speed.
No, they have that little animation. So if you stand still.
Oh, that's what you mean. I see.
It is hours of amusement when you notice it, and
I see. I'll make sure to check that out one time. I have a slight clue on which stream you might have picked that one up, but.
Oh, yeah. I guess someone must have been playing music while they were streaming this game or something.
Yeah. Looking at the points totals, I also noticed something else, which is that only one of the runners seems to have gone for the Tom Bomb attack goal, which is an incentive of using the bomb attack, IP attack, which is a very common IP. A lot of weapons have it, and you attack all enemies with it, and the goal of the incentive is to kill 4 enemies in one use of the attack to finish them off. You can damage them earlier, but you have to finish them off with that. And as I'm talking about it, Squida picks up the Rainy Axe. That is one of the items that does that. However, this deep in the cave, I'm not sure how willing he's going to be to actually commit to it. We're going to see. Oh, and yeah, Chad is correcting me. Apparently none of the runners has gone for it yet. I was assuming that's what the 5 points are for. But the 5 points were actually for the magic scale.
Yeah.
Or not, as I'm hearing that was for Squealer. Don't trust me with literally anything I say. I don't know why I keep getting these commentary gigs, man. I know nothing.
Oh, blue chest for Mike. It's an ice hairband. That doesn't do much, unfortunately. But I guess it's okay for Teal.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of additional defense that he's gonna be happy about, with Tia being the squishiest of the characters.
Hey.
I'm seeing a very high rate of Perish Punches in Bamboo Stream, who's running Sully too.
Yeah.
Arguably, Sully is not the most useful capsule throughout the run. It's usually only usually only the capsule you choose because it acts basically as the last actor in battle, which means you can escape without it ever interfering. You can get your characters to finish the enemies off because, as you explained, Rocket, earlier, you can't control what the capsule does. Sometimes it's just going to defend. In case of Sully, most of the time it's going to defend.
Yeah.
But in the Form 2, I think you mentioned it earlier as well, it has Perish Punch as an instant-kill attack, and Bamboo Sully, being named appropriately, he delivers a lot of them.
Yeah, but I wouldn't take the current rate of his Perish Punches as representative for how much he does it normally. But
yeah, you're right. We've seen much higher rates in the past in tournaments.
Right.
I stand corrected. Yeah, so none of the runners, with the exception of Mike earlier, seems to have any real roadblocks right about now. I think all of them are trying to get their setup complete, are casually beating a couple of Hedoras to, get their gear together, are carrying their Deca Blades to Jelly, and so on and so forth. So we have healing spells, we have deadly weapons. Yeah.
Mrs. Mike is on Warm Eye floors. Warm Eyes is one of the more annoying enemies in the cave. If you are forced to deal with them, they come right at you, and they waste your time basically, and they will drain you over MP, and they will take a long time because they act faster than you, but their attacks are very slow. So they're extremely annoying. They probably won't kill you unless you're really unlucky. But they are. I don't like them. I'm just gonna say that.
They are quite annoying.
Yeah.
And they follow you in a weird way where they try to get to the same height as you are, so to speak, and then they dash towards you to left or right. So what Mrs. Mike just did, of course, it's a minute ago, so you can't see it anymore, but she was kind of blocking off your movement with a bush. And the interesting part about this one is why I mentioned it. She had one Warm Eye below the bush and one above it. So she actually blocked 2 Warm Eyes with 1 bush, which is interesting.
No one likes anything that is called a Warm Eye to charge at you. Yep, exactly that, Regan. Doesn't give you pleasant mental images.
Yeah, thanks for painting the picture for us.
So Squealers has reached no core floors, and they are, as usual, running away from him. A familiar feeling.
Yeah, and I'm seeing 4 different status effects being applied. And, oh no, wait, there's only 3 of them, and this is Mike's spell this time. Very nice. Whereas Bamboo Shadow is trying to kill a Fiends, an enemy you ordinarily wouldn't fight, however they drop the strongest attack boost in the game, which is the Evil Jewel. The drop chance is only 2%, but Bamboo is taking the chance. Yeah, and I definitely support that. Looking at his health though, Did it say 50%? The Evil Jewel drop chance is 2%.
Yeah, you said 2%, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely not a free drop to get. However, yeah, there is 5 points if you do get it, or if you get what's even the other one. I forgot.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Gloom Jewel is the other one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you get one of those rocks, you get 5 points, as well as if you get either Old Armor or Magic Scale, you get another set of 5 points. So, yeah. Oh, and apparently the question of the 50% was about Destroy, which, yeah, is 50%.
Yeah.
If you single target it. If you multi-target it, it's all kinds of crazy math.
Yeah, and of course, in the cave community, you'll find a lot of different interpretations of percentages and how
Of math.
probability works, and
Yeah.
math in general. If you like those kind of debates, then you're very much welcome to join in.
If you don't like those debates and just take math as a fact as it is, you're also very welcome.
Yeah, you might need more people on that side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so...
So, go run your game, your run, Squealer. Stop talking in chat.
I mean, you know, people are free to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
If you're running out of time later, you know who's to blame. Oh, there's Trick for him. Very nice.
Yeah, nice. Trick is a lovely little spell. It boosts your attack power with 20%, I think. Yeah, 20%. Which, when you get to the jelly and you want to hit with those strong finishers, then 20% extra damage is always nice.
Yeah, there's the 3rd C-Ring that we see in this race.
Nice. It's a lot of C-Rings. It's like they want us to do puns.
Yeah. Runners will be glad to see it.
Mm-hmm. Wait. So, I think Mike has a gold eye, which he picked up earlier. Which is also a kind of a nice blue chest item. It has a powerful lightning thunder AoE attack, which can help you out, and it also gives quite a lot of attack power, defense, and strength. So that's out of all the jewels you might pick up, Gold Eye is one of the good ones.
Definitely.
Oh, and HP pad for Bamboo Shadow. We've seen a few of them throughout this run. For anyone who aren't familiar with or who has played this game and haven't really figured out how to detect them, if you see a bush where the leaves kind of spiral inwards, then that will be hiding an HP pad, and an HP pad will heal your party up to full health, as long as they're not dead. Doesn't revive, but they're kind of nice to come across, especially when you're low on health, and of course they don't cost any MP, so they're saving you resources as well.
Yeah, some guides will suggest just cut every bush. I would advise to go with what Rocket explained, personally.
Look for the bushes that are different.
Yeah.
They have a very distinct pattern to them.
Even before someone says, I cut all the ones that look different and none of them had a healing tile below.
And it's the other ones.
Yeah. Just, for completeness sake.
I've been trying to persuade people to do lawnmower percent of this cave sometimes, but no one has taken me up on that yet.
Back in the day of new cave categories, it has been submitted by a certain someone.
Oh.
Shoutouts. You know who you are.
My hero. I'm glad we can give you ideas, Mini Lily.
Yeah, it's the first time I hear that name for it, though.
Bamboo Shadow facing up against Surfacos. They are... Yeah. I think they're like birds with sunglasses or something. I don't know. They're a bit weird. They are...
Well, they're dead.
Now they're dead, but they are kind of an annoying enemy that just moves slowly towards you. Like the salamanders that Squealer is currently facing as well does. And I think they have 3 attacks per round, so they hurt a lot, and they get in your way. So.
Yeah, they're quite annoying. He does get rewarded with champion though, which I'm assuming he's gonna be happy about.
Yep, everyone's happy about champion.
And Miss Mike is facing a bit of a threatening treasure room. It does have a blue chest, as so often. All the runners seem to get their treasure room with a blue chest in it. Yeah, there's also a lot of enemies in there, so yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see how that's gonna go for her. It looks like she's gonna feed the capsule before she approaches it.
A chest for Squealer? We'll see if she feeds Darby up to 3rd form then. Might. If he's gonna be useful for dealing with the treasure form, you probably want him at 3rd form at least. So you can do some actual attacks, not just be a damage soak. Which, there's nothing wrong with being a damage soak. You're very good, Darby, but it's better when you actually kill things.
Yeah, so if I saw that correctly, then Squealer is at level 20. 28. Okay, never mind. Okay, I'm glad I saw that wrong, because he's past no course. And that would be a pretty low level to have. So...
Yeah. Oh, Mike. No course? Oh, I think they all run away. It's a bit hard to tell in the slideshow, but yes. Speaking of wonderful new categories, Mitchie, thank you, Mitchie, for that mental image of 200 lawnmower percent on a dance pad. If you do that, yeah, no, I like, yeah, you do that. You go for it. Let's see, Squealers get another blue chest. It's a sky sword.
Yeah, just after getting a silver sword not too long ago, so... Yeah, he's gonna be happy to see that. I do not know whether he has a Cancer Rock or a Hedora Rock to go with that.
I haven't seen them drop for him, and I haven't seen him equip them, but I've been looking at a lot of different screens as well, so it's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, he says none of either. Technically, you can also find against rock in the chest, but yeah.
Yeah, that's rare, very rare.
And of course, some of the items, including the Cancer Rock, do not drop at these floors anymore. They have a max floor of 9, where they can appear in the chest. Yeah, so I do find it interesting that players have... Well, okay, so it's not very surprising that players have picked a non-incentive capsule at this point, because at this point you're gonna know whether you have to charm fruit or not. As I explained earlier, you're gonna kill evil fish to get it, or not. If you don't have a charm fruit past evil floors, so say floor 30, you can basically choose whichever capsule you want and train that for the jelly. We see Squealer and Mrs. Mike choosing Darby to go with that, whereas Bamboo is either going with Sully or switching later on. We don't know. I mean, Sully 2 is not much of a commitment. You can always switch later, but it's, I mean, probably safe to say that he's going to take Sully there. Both Darby and Sully are quite potent in terms of how much damage they can deal. Sully is a bit more on the heavy damage dealing side, whereas Darby is a bit more reliable in terms of average damage. I see Darby 1 for Mike, who I think is a good idea. Has not spent any time feeding his capsule because he doesn't need to catch up with the other runners. However, I do see him points-wise with a 10-point lead over Squealer. So I don't exactly know how that happened, other than him catching up with floors. And I do not have the point sheet open. That would probably be handy, but if you want to look at the points and find out yourself, you can use the !rules command and maybe tell me.
Yeah. Oh, he seems to have found a evil jewel or a gloom jewel, and he's killed all blue mimics in a single encounter. And there are also extra points.
Yeah, and Squilla just did the bomb attack incentive.
Oh,
very nice. So I didn't see which weapon he did that with, but I'm assuming it's going to be the Rainy Axe that he found earlier. There is only a couple of weapons that are stronger than that, which are, let's see, Bust the Sword, if I remember correctly, and Heavy Lance. Yeah, okay, that's right.
Also saw a Bamboo pick up an apron shield a bit earlier, which is also a lovely blue chest item. It has a pretty high defense, which is going to help you a lot, survival related. And you got an old armor.
That's also going to be 5 points.
Yeah, that's the mithril chainmail point incentive.
Yeah.
Either old armor or a magic scale. Yeah, it's also an actual good item, which gives you a little bit of attack boost for the jelly.
Exactly. I was just talking about how Mike is 10 points ahead. Now he's flush with Bamboo, and Squealer is only 5 points behind, just 1 or 2 minutes later. Mm-hmm. I really like how close this race is, and runners are going to be sweating because there is only one spot in the finals. No second place rewards this time.
Hey.
I mean, one wildcard spot in the finals, I should say. There's going to be 5 runners in the finals overall.
Hey. Which they are coming up right. The finals are coming up right after this race. So whoever gets there is going to have to do 4 hours of cave running, which is going to be pretty intense.
Yeah.
But it will be mad impressive to take it though. Otherwise, I don't think I've seen too many very mind-blowing pickups. Bamboo Shadow getting that party room, then turning around, going nope, and just heading downstairs. Yeah. Very sensible. Some rooms are definitely not worth it.
Yeah, I've seen the Mist Rapier or Red Saber drop here and there, so a couple of finishers for the jelly fight. Other than
I,
that, I have not seen a lot of curse lifters or fractionals in general.
Mike picked up a curse lifter, and someone else also picked up a curse lifter. I think it was Squealer, maybe. Yeah. And so Squealer has a deadly rod and a curse lifter, which is
Oh, okay.
and Bamboo Shadow has the Decker Blade, but otherwise I don't think anyone has anything particularly great. Wheeler having to deal with the Gold Golems. For new players, Gold Golems are often a bit of a hurdle. They are might be a little bit tricky to deal with, and they tend to kill a lot of runs when you're fresh. But once you learn their movement pattern, they aren't that big of a threat. They're kind of chill. They just spin around and then they move towards you if they see you.
Yeah.
So just don't let them see you, and you're good.
Yeah, or do let them see you and, drag them around the room. They're actually
Yep.
quite lenient in terms of what their movement pattern does.
Right.
But yeah, it might seem a bit erratic. It's kind of similar as the samurai pattern you were talking about earlier, where you might be scared about it because you remember them running into you when you didn't expect it, and yep, they do hurt.
Right. If you do have to fight them, they will hurt you. But if you know what you're doing, you probably don't have to fight them unless you're in a really bad position and they show up in front of a door or something. This is Mike still trying to get through that rather
Oh,
nasty.
it's still that one treasure room, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
The stairs
wow.
are in there. But she did get a black eye, which is quite good for
Yeah.
a good item.
Definitely gonna be happy about that one.
Right.
It's also agility like many other equipable items, so you're gonna be happy about that, but unlike most items, it also boosts basically everything else.
Yeah, everything except intelligence is boosted by 20.
Yeah, no one needs intelligence anyway, right?
No. There's a lovely HP pad in that room. Could I use that earlier when she was struggling against the genies in the door? But you take what you get. Wheeler up against Mega Cyclopses. If you don't have a deadly and a Mega Cyclops gets in your way, then you're gonna have a bad time. Because they're not gonna kill you, but they're gonna slow you down, and they are a pain to punch to death without a deadly. I recommend avoiding them. And Mrs. Mike makes it nicely through that party room and speeds on through the doors. So I think that's everyone in the 70s except Mike. Oh no, he's in the 70s as well, so he's caught up quite well.
Yeah, it's interesting how runs have kind of condensed back to a similar pace. So Bamboo, in the middle of it, he seemed a bit, on earlier floors than Squealer, for example. Now everyone seems to be roughly on the same floor, as you said, somewhere in the 70s. Yeah, it's nice how all that came together with half an hour in the clock to go, and yeah.
Very nice. So the blue enemies that you see Mike dealing with now, and you've seen Bamboo Shadow fighting, and they are all over the place in these floors. They're genies. They come in 4 different varieties, I think. And they stand still and spin around until you move into their sight line, and then they go right at you. And they gave me a lot of trouble when I was starting out until someone Well, until someone linked me to a guide about their movement pattern, and I realized, oh, they don't actually see right in front of them.
Yeah.
So, recommend checking out movement pattern guides on those, because it actually makes a lot of sense and is quite useful.
Yeah, I mean, I like inviting new people to play this game and try the run because it's kind of a very chill run. You can't really optimize it in the way where you can optimize other speedruns where you just learn the perfect strat and execute it better and better every time. There is an execution part to it, but there is also a very big knowledge part to it. And the nice thing about that is you can kind of, get into it slowly by just learning the elemental things and try your luck on, a couple of beginner runs, not trying to learn everything from the start. You're just going to pick up everything on the fly, more or less, and the stuff you don't know, you're going to be able to find in some guide, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Mike and Bamboo are fighting Gorgons. Gorgons are the miniature-like enemies. They drop the Gorgon Rock, which is not to be confused with the Gorgon Rock. There's an O and A difference in those words, but we want the Gorgon Rock because it's a nice little fractional.
Yeah.
It's 1/8 fractional, which anyone can equip. So if you don't have anything else, then it's quite useful.
Yeah, or if you end up not being able to uncrit your Deadly Rod or Fatal Pick, then you get a nice compensation because the IP attack is doing the same damage. And the Anchor's Deadly Rod or Fatal Pick would, but only once, unfortunately. The Deadly Rod, you can... Oh wait, just say the Fatal Pick has an IP attack, I'm sorry. Fatal Pick, of course, does not have an IP attack, but the Deadly Rod does. There you go. Yeah. You can use the Golden Rock even with the Fatal Pick. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Mike had a rather nasty party room there. I'm not sure if you have to go through it. I think he's looking around to see if there's other ways to go. It's hard to tell because, again, the slideshow. Suddenly Archfiend. That is not the surprise you want. And it seems Squealer got a Gorgon Rock.
Yeah, and there are 5 points for using its IP attack. So chances are he's gonna use that at the Jelly.
And I think Mike just used his.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
Just saw the axe attack on the screen for probably longer than it ordinarily would have been, thanks to the slideshow.
Hey.
And another C-ring. Wow.
Yeah. Clearly this is the run to see.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup is pretty impressive in its own right. I was very curious to see this from the start and see these 4 people head-to-head against each other.
Okay.
Fighting for blood.
For the bitter end.
Yeah. Or until 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's probably slightly less serious.
Speaking of movement patterns, you can see Bamboo Shadow manipulating that Hades wagon. They move sideways towards where you are, sort of, but you can. They go a little bit randomly back and forth, but they will generally move towards where you are sideways. They don't go up and down, don't do any vertical movement, so they're quite easy to get past. But if you run into them in a corridor, they're gonna be annoying, like a lot of enemies in this game.
Yeah, and if you've been paying attention to Bamboo Shadow just now because of Rocket's explanation, he did a very nice series of, shoving the Hades to the left and then outrunning it and getting a
Back in.
genie back attack. Pretty standard stuff. We've seen all the runners do it sooner, or like at some point in the run, I meant to say. But yeah, it's nice to have those, things in your back pocket in case you need to use it in a run.
Right.
Those kind of things you just, make part of your skill set at some point when running this game.
Yeah, and as you can see on Squealer's stream, he's forced to actually deal with one because there's a bush in the way, so it won't be moving away from the door.
Yep. And Mike is also feeding Darby. He's got Darby 3 at this point.
Yeah.
No more Disco Wolf.
No more disco. So, does that mean he ran into something he's gonna have to fight?
Wait, did I just see him having a deadly sword and a fatal pick equipped?
Yep, he has. Oh yeah, because he has to deal with that room. Yep, thought I saw that room.
Right.
I didn't know where it went, but there it is. That is not the room you want. Do you have a good plan for how you would approach it? Because I don't think I would deal with it in a sensible way.
I'm gonna have to wait for the next slide to really give you an answer to that, but it seems like at the very least a couple of enemies he just has to kill. There is no way around that. Assuming that is where he needs to go, right? I didn't see the rest of the floor, but I mean, he wouldn't be in this battle if he didn't need to go here.
Yeah. Archfiend and Leeches, they are probably some of the... they are some of the meanest enemies you'll find in the cave. Archfiend, Blue Mimics, and Gold Dragons. Gold Dragons are fairly easy to avoid, unless you're unlucky. Blue Mimics stand still. They don't go chasing you, but Archfiends, they will hunt you down if you get within their range. And they hurt a lot. And when they come along with leeches, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, that is a particularly bad combination of enemies because leeches will always outspeed you. And they're gonna, ready your party up for disaster. And then the Archfiend is gonna come in with its 2 attacks, or, if you're lucky, it's gonna be stronger. That they cast on themselves, which is basically inconsequential because you're not trying to reduce their HP, but everything else deals damage, and that party combination or enemy party composition not to kill at least 1 or 2 of your characters is going to be very rare.
So we don't seem to ever get to see that room again because the slideshow. But it didn't look good. Oh yeah, and you found recently the mirror thing with Archfiends, didn't you?
Yeah, there is a couple of enemies in the cave are bugged in a way where they were supposed to cast mirror, but they check whether they already cast mirror and then they don't do it, or so was the plan. As it works out right now, is actually if they do have mirror, they cast mirror, and if they don't, they don't. So what you can actually do is you cast mirror on them, and then they have the additional chance of casting mirror in addition to, what else they would do. So there is a couple of applications to that. Also a possibility to soft lock. So all kinds of fun things you can do with that.
Yeah,
or an increased possibility to soft lock, I should say.
Right. This game is, I would say it has a lot of little interesting quirks, which makes it a lot of fun if you just want to mess around with weird things.
Yeah, and it's still interesting.
Right. I mean, how old is this game now? It's
96 or 95 in Japan, I think. So, yeah. You can do the
Yeah.
math. You
it's
cannot.
older than most people on the internet. And it's still interesting. We're still finding new things in it. It's quite a lot of fun.
Yeah. I'd say the task force of trying to find new things is like 5 people, but yeah, still. Over 25 years. Yeah, that's a good summary.
Yeah, I try not to do math on stream because that is a recipe for disaster.
Oh, and Mrs. Mike is showing off a couple of gold dragons we were talking about earlier.
Oh.
Normally we don't see a lot of them, but
yeah, that's fine.
she seems to have the intention to fight them, if I see that correctly.
I hope she has deadlies then, because if you don't have deadlies, you don't want to deal with gold dragons. You don't want to deal with gold dragons if you have deadlies, but if you have to, then you definitely want to have deadlies.
Yeah, or a lot of luck.
Yeah.
Technically, you can go through a round of fighting them without taking any damage. It's not very likely though. So.
Yeah. But yeah, they have almost 3,000 health, I think. So punching them is not a way to go.
So I just saw Mrs. Mike having to presumably having to resort to Perish, which has a 25% chance to kill. If you compare that to the Deadly Rod at 80%, or even the Destroy spell at 50%, that's a pretty high risk, especially against an enemy like that. However, it worked.
Yeah. Earlier we saw Bamboo Shadow casting Destroy without hitting. It has a 50% chance. So.
Yeah, like 5 times in a row or something.
Yep. But that's just how probability works.
I think Bamboo's been blessed with horrible Destroy luck in his first round. So, and he's not going to be happy about that.
Just gives the cave more flavor. Makes everything more interesting.
Yeah. Oh, and there's an engage ring for Bamboo as well.
Oh, that is one more point.
1 point.
Well, with the race this close, that might be... Yeah, might come down to being the deciding factor.
Yeah, I mean, the reason Mike is in this wildcard race is the engage ring, because that put her 1 point ahead of the second... the third place, I guess, in her round, because the first obviously went to the finals, and second place was decided by the engage ring. That's a much better way to put it. It's almost English.
Yeah, 1 point in front of Mini Lily, I think it was.
Yep. And Eli as well, if I remember correctly.
Oh, right. He had 100. He did have 100 his way.
Yeah. Or it wasn't a tie. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, most
it
valuable.
It would have been a three-way tie without the engagement.
Yeah, the most valuable engage ring in the game.
Yeah.
Bamboo Shadow picked up an engage ring, Michi.
Yep. And Mrs. Mike is the other person to have one, so the points are accurate as far as I can tell.
Yep. And Squealer dealing with a Hades wagon in a hallway, which is exactly where you don't want to encounter Hades wagons. He does deal with it quite well, and he only gets that one force encounter.
Yeah. He makes sure that he doesn't get a second encounter.
Yep. Except he turns back and he's proving us wrong, I guess. On purpose. By running back and facing that Hades wagon again.
Well, you know.
So yeah, Squealer plays this game a lot. He knows what he's doing, but sometimes does things, and I don't know why, but he probably has a plan, I guess.
Yeah, he also has this thing where when someone says something and he thinks the person's wrong, he has to prove him wrong.
Yeah.
He doesn't stop.
Yep. Ooh, Mike engaging a genie, trying to avoid the Archfiend, and accidentally. Well, I don't know if it was accidentally or on purpose pulling that genie instead.
And a couple more Archfiend encounters for Squealer that are not blocking him anymore, but yeah, just having to take those encounters. Right now it's only filling up his IP. Oh, never mind, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I guess that's a common territory curse, they call it.
Nah, that's nothing.
Oh, okay. Right, so I'm sure everything is gonna work out for him. Let's see. Yep, no problem, never even worried. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess... go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say that the one thing we didn't really go into at this point is IP farming, which I guess I just casually mentioned without explaining it. So just to go into that, use all these fancy IPs that we've been talking about throughout the run. So the Deca Blades, Fatal Blow, for example, or the Golden Rocks Axe Attack. You have to have IP, which is the another engagement for Bamboo. You have to have IP, which is the orange bar at the bottom of or below HP and MP. And what IP does is it allows you to use your equipment special attacks, and you gain IP by taking damage. And yeah, at some point in the run, runners are gonna have to have their characters being beaten up by the enemies intentionally. You can't RP farm by hurting your own characters, so it has to be one of the enemies dealing damage. And yeah. That's what's probably gonna happen after Archfiend floors, because those floors are easier to navigate. But we'll see about that.
Usually, you want to do your IP farming on, or most people choose to do their IP farming if they don't have IP on Copper Dragons. There's Copper Dragons or Bronze Dragons. My brain is suddenly not sure. They don't murder you the way silver and golds do. So you can sort of safely, if you have the levels, you can kind of safely farm IP on them. Kill one, make sure you only have one you have to deal with, and hope they do the AoE attack.
Yeah, Cinder Blast.
Yeah, Cinder Blast, that's the thing.
Yeah, you are looking at a bit of a problem with Tia in the party, as we said earlier, so that's going to be a little interesting. Whoever picked up the Ice Hairband before is going to have a bit of an advantage in that regard, but it's probably not enough to be completely carefree about it.
No. Gotta keep her in the back row and have her defend and put some defensive items on her and hope she survives. But luckily, at least they didn't have to deal with Lexus in this game, in this run as well, because then you'd have two characters that don't survive, and that is problematic.
So we just saw Cinder Blast on Mrs. Mike's screen, and it killed Tia and Maxim flat out. It wasn't an IP farm, so...
No, she had quite high IP before that match. So yeah, if you die, you lose all your IP. So you want to avoid that. I guess that's not very original to be mentioning that you need to avoid death. But,
yeah.
I mean, in life in general, that is a good rule. Avoid that.
Yeah, your characters will be much more effective when alive.
Yeah. Strange.
Infinitely so.
I had a thought, but it's gone now. So,
Yeah. We're still looking at. I mean, we have 8 minutes to go. Actually, this is the first time in 20 minutes I'm looking at the clock, and with 8 minutes left to go, not a single of our runners is at the jelly. There is still, I think, about 10 floors to go for all of them, and the points are definitely close enough for everything to kind of be still out in the open. I just saw Squealer still in 84, so I will say that is on the slow side of things. If he gets a couple of quick stairs, which he does at least for the moment, then that's going to be fine. But in general, he's obviously looking for a kill setup or something like that, I would assume. Because he's still opening chests, but yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen much, except for the Deca Blade on Bamboo Shadow, we haven't really seen many items for actually hurting the jelly. We're lacking
not a lot of
fractals.
big stuff, right? Yeah.
No Old Sword, no Myth Blade, no Lizard Blow, all of these things.
A couple of Gorgon Rocks, a couple of Red Sabers and Mist Rapiers, as I said, but nothing too impressive.
Yeah, one and Cursed Deadly Rod. That's not gonna do it. You need something extra. So I'm gonna guess that's why everyone's kind of not running really fast. Because everyone's hoping to get something still, but I think at this point I would probably just go for it and just try to get there in time and hope. Oh.
And you might have to have some terrible rooms to deal with, like Bamboo has here. That's a very unfortunate room to get with only a couple of minutes left on the clock, so you're gonna have to negotiate those enemies somehow. You want to farm IP sometime in the next couple of minutes as well. And he is the one runner who does not have a deli for, Tia or otherwise. So that's the reason why he's been running, or I assume that's the reason why he's been running Sully 2 and casting Destroy a whole lot.
Right, and we might see this coming down to points at this time. So, curse lifting that Berserk Blade or self-destructing at the jelly, if you can get there, might be the best way to get those extra little points. Maybe even Providencing out might be good.
Yeah. I'm seeing Mrs. Mike is at 97, so she's the furthest ahead out of all the runners, at least in terms of floors. I am not sure how much IP she has though, and that's really going to be what decides it in the end, because, I mean, we're looking at 5 minutes left on the clock, and 5 minutes is what a single IP farm could take in its own right, so...
Yeah.
I just saw everyone but Tia has IP.
Yeah, and even if she has IP, I don't think she has the equipment to kill the jelly.
Yeah, that's a different thing altogether, yeah.
Yeah.
That would also be important.
Yeah. Sistel Sword isn't gonna cut it. We're gonna need a Decker Blade or a Myth Blade to... Well, preferably a Decker Blade to even have a chance. That is a good pickup trick. That's gonna help a lot, but we need those fractals or... Pure damage is not gonna cut it.
You're basically gonna have to chop off 9,980 damage in 3 turns. Oh, there is an Old Sword for Mike. And you need stuff like the Old Sword, which has a fractional attack, to do that, which deals damage based on the current HP of the enemy, and with 10,000 HP on the enemy on floor 99, you can imagine that deals a whole lot of damage. So the Old Sword does 1/6 of that, which is usually around, 2,200, 2,600 damage, something like that. There's a couple of bonuses applied to that, so... There's a lot of blue chests for Squealer here in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah. Alright, we got one runner at the jelly currently, Mrs. Mike. Made it.
Yeah, very nice.
Mike is also quite close, I think. Bamboo Shadow is at 95 and Squealer is a little bit further behind.
You're gonna see a couple of still images here showcasing her equipment. Then a glitch jelly floor, which is unfortunately a result of running the US version of the game, which is what most speedrunners choose to run on. And yeah, this is where you're gonna see her unequipping all her equipment, so you know the strat she's gonna go for.
Yep.
That's gonna be her trying to reduce all the HP in her own party to 0, and that actually causes the jelly to award the win to you, even though you didn't beat it.
Yeah.
Which, you know, depending on how you want to go about it, is considered a glitch by most and a cool design feature by some. In any case, you can see the jelly sprite on her stream right now.
Okay. Self-destructing at the jelly is at 10 points, and then if she does a Providence, and then re-enters, she'll get another 10 points.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she got the points for floor 100 already, otherwise there would be another 10, so yeah.
Yep.
2 minutes left on the clock though. So Mrs. Mike, because she reached floor 99, of course it's true for all the other runners as well. If you do reach the floor, you get time to equip your weapons, feed your capsule monsters if you need to, and fight the complete jelly fight. The run is only over once that fight is over, so even if it's after a 2-hour mark, that's not going to affect anything. So that's why the runners are still, you know, trying to go to that floor, and yeah.
Yeah, but you can't get the points for Providencing and re-entering if you are positive.
That's fair.
So.
That's fair. So Mike just found another curse lifter on floor 97. He's currently on 98, so yeah.
So yeah, and Mrs. Mike is currently 1 point in front of Mike. So.
Yeah. But I'm assuming he can uncurse a couple of things. The only thing is he only has 1 minute to do it. So let's hope he remembers it.
It's only the Berserk Blade and the Cursed Bow that gives you the points. So I don't think he has any Berserk Blades, does he?
I'm not sure. Doesn't seem to be the case. So Bamboo finds himself in a Gold Dragon encounter, which is, yeah, no matter how you look at it, at least gonna take your time, and there is the Stardust blow. So unfortunately, it happens. Nothing you can do about it at some point. You have to run, you know, if the time gets close to the end of it. Mike makes it to the jelly floor just in time. And Squealer is hunting a couple of stairs, but we see the 2-hour mark right now, so he did not make it to the jelly in time, unfortunately. Mike though.
Yeah, is he going for a kill or is he going for a self-destruct? Because
I guess we're about to see. So I don't know whether Mrs. Mike and Mike are talking. I know, or at least Mike has told me that he can't hear commentary today. So I don't know if they know that Mrs. Mike is only 1 point ahead, which of course means if he, you know, self-destructs his party, he wins this round. But oh wait, never mind. Mrs. Mike got a cheating 10 points out of somewhere. I'm not sure where that came from. I'm gonna trust the points keepers with it.
Yeah. I mean, Mitchie and DC probably know what they're doing. I hope.
Yeah.
I think. Usually they do. Well, no, they don't. But we're gonna have faith in them.
Yeah, we'll see. So either way, he has to do, with 11 points difference, he has to do something other than just self-destructing the party, and he has the Gorgon Rock, which means he might X-Attack, but I'm not sure if he already has those points. Wait, Mrs. Mike is back to 140. What are you doing with me, points keepers? What is your agenda? Okay, so Mike has to do an undetermined amount of points to win.
Mike has done the axe attack. So he has those points. Oh, yeah. it's pretty much down to yeah, if he self-destructs, he's got this.
Yep.
Yep.
And that's what he's going for. So, yeah, that is going to be, if he's assuming he will be successful, I will say. There's very little reason why he wouldn't be. There will be 10 points for him. Yeah, so unfortunately, none of the runners here either going for or getting a jelly kill. But yeah, sometimes that's what it comes down to. And in the finals that are coming up that Mike has just qualified himself for, we will be seeing 5 other runners trying to go for it, and hopefully we're going to see some jelly kills there. But in the meantime, GG to all the runners.
Yeah, good. That was nice and very tight at the end. So good going, everyone.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
honestly had no idea who
in
was
addition
going to
to
win at
Mike-
any point.
Hey.
But yeah, that was a good round. What were you gonna say?
I'm just gonna mention that in the finals, in addition to Mike, we have Travitok, Sinister Rain, Woodufs, and Habkainen Nama.
Yeah, and we're gonna go ahead and get set up for that right now. So we'll go over to the title screen. GG's to all the runners, especially Mike for making it through. We'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes when we have everything set up. So we'll put some tunes on until then. Alright, welcome back. Give me 1 second to set myself up in the Discord. And alright, so sorry about that. We are coming back for the grand finals now, so we're gonna go ahead and get into it. For those of you that just missed the wild card round, Mike 34 was the victor and takes the final spot. So now we are playing for the grand championship, and we're gonna go ahead and start it off, and then I'll move over to commentary with Real Critical and Rocket Pants again. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yep.
All right.
And here we are again.
Yes. Welcome back, everyone. For those who
This
weren't
is
here
it.
for the previous round, I'm Rocket Pants, and the
I'm
other
Marcy.
person you hear, aka Real Critical, which is a
Yeah.
very apt descriptor.
I hope you guys aren't sick of us yet,
Yeah,
because
because
we're
we.
going to be here for 2 more hours for the very last race, the grand finals of this year's Fail Blowout tournament.
Aye.
We see the best of the best, or at least, better than the other people from their groups.
You know, all those losers. But
I don't even remember their names anymore because, this is what the tournament decided. Are, the people who are gonna decide who are gonna take this year's cup.
The great and glorious Fatal Blowout Cup.
Yeah.
There
Which is
is-
glorious for about 1 week and then forgotten about. Unless you're
Yeah.
Mike.
You could always go the round of reminding everyone at least once per week. That is also a completely valid way of dealing with it.
Yeah, so unlike the wildcard round, we actually do have a freely chosen party here. So I did not pay attention so far. It looks like Mike is just running the same party he still had, in the back of his head from the wildcard race.
According to the score tracking, which I have on the side here, their Travitox doesn't have Artie in his party. Sin is using Tia or Selen as a replacement for Guy, and the same with Woodovs. And Mike and Hubkine and Ama also don't have Artie in their party.
Yeah, Travitox is using the same party as Mike. Hubkine Ama is resetting. We're gonna see what that is all about. And yeah, I still have to see Voodoo's and Sinister's party. The estimate for the run, or the duration for the run, is 2 hours. So runners have 2 hours to complete the points objectives. You can see using the !rules command. It's just been posted in chat not too long ago. And yeah, who the winner of this race is going to be decided by points, not by anything else. However, the Jelly Kill, so the boss kill of the cave, is going to award the most points. Go ahead, Rocket. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just mentioning that I think I saw an ice ring for someone.
Yeah, for a Sinister.
Yeah, it's a lovely little item, especially early game. It gives you a spell, only costs IP, anyone can use it. And it doubles the damage of your ice-based spells. So, very, very nice early game item. Lets you kill cores, lets you kill other things. Very nice. Someone needs to do a counter on how often I say very nice during commentary on these runs.
Yeah, or how often I say definitely.
Oh, yeah. That's for
But,
next year, we'll
yeah.
set up a counter. Oh, and Travatux just picked up a fire ring, which is the same as an ice ring, which I just explained. So, except for fire.
And point solos are supposed to be showing up next to runners' names, but that is tech that's been worked on right now in the background. Hopefully, we're going to see the points before long. But the runners actually have more points than you can currently see.
Yeah, it's not
I
open.
trust we're going to get that. Oh, go ahead.
It's not updating in the score sheet either, so I guess there's something there that's going on. But they'll fix it. I have faith.
Oh yeah, we're seeing a bit of graphic glitches here and there, and it looks like we're actually seeing points now. Very nice.
Ooh, lovely. Thank you very much. Shout out to Meat for organizing all of this stuff, and for Mitch and
Go ahead.
Yeah, and to Mitchie and Dizzy Boy for keeping scores.
Yeah, I was gonna say shout out to Dank for the instant tech task force.
So yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at the finalists from 4 groups in total. Each of the runners, except for Mike, has won their individual group. And not always with a jelly kill, but wait, how many of them even got here with a jelly kill? Was it Voodoofs and Hapka and Ame?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sorry if I misremember that, but...
And yes, Woosip, there are 99 floors in total.
Yeah, so maybe for those not familiar with the run, I guess you did it last time, Rocket, so I'm gonna try to be as concise as you were. Let me see if I can do that. This is a roguelike game with randomly generated floors, randomly distributed items and enemies, and it has 99 floors. You're trying to get through every floor. It being a roguelike, you know which enemies are on which floors and which weapons start dropping at which floor, but you don't know what you're gonna get. And your goal is to make it all the way down, get the appropriate resources, meaning weapons, healing, and so on and so forth, and make it all the way down to 99, where the ancient jelly, master jelly or whatever, is waiting for you, which is the boss at roughly 10,000 HP. And you're trying to beat that in 3 rounds. That's basically what you're looking at. There is a couple of additional points incentives for this tournament specifically, which you can get with the !rules command. And that is what runners are trying to get to, or trying to, battle about in the tournament you're about to see.
And to kill the jelly at the bottom, you want a nice little combination of fractal weapons, which takes up a percentage of the jelly's health, and you want some finishers, which just does big damage points.
And so with Voodoof's just getting a fire ring, all of our bottom 3 runners have an elemental ring, which, might be helpful if they find the corresponding spells for it. But if they do, that's definitely a good option to have.
Some runners like opening a lot of chests in these between floor 4 and 9, because that's when you can get those rings, and it's just really satisfying to have them, because they're really good items, and they're quite rare, and you can only find them on these very few floors, so it's always fun to see someone getting them and seeing what they do with them. And so
sorry. Oh wow.
Ooh, Hab picked up a Berserk Blade and also a Gades Blade, which is
sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I was gonna add that he also, before he found the Gades Blade, that he found an Anger Brace, which, now that he has the Gades Blade, is looking entirely different altogether. So, yeah, I think you were about to explain what the Gades Blade does. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, the Gades Blade is a lovely finisher. You can equip it on Decker and Guy. Its IP skill is doing 8 attacks, so it will always be quite a lot of damage, especially against, well, not especially against the jelly, but especially against the jelly you want that kind of finisher. It's probably the highest damage finisher in the game, outside of, well, fractionals aren't finishers. So it is a very nice pickup, and as long as you have a character that can use it, which he doesn't take. Well, he has Decker, but he doesn't have a guy.
Yeah.
So if you don't get a Decker blade, it's a good backup for Decker. But if you get the Decker blade, then he doesn't really need it. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna go further into it at this point, but if you do study the rules closely, Rocket, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You will actually see a way where this could be better than Decker Blade even. But yeah, let's see when the time comes whether that's gonna play into it. Unless you just want to spoil it. But yeah, other than that, we see the usual early core killing for quick experience. A lot of people seem to be successful with that.
Yeah, it could. I see what you mean now. Okay, took me a while, but I get it.
Okay. Yeah.
And yes,
I was hoping to see it in one of the earlier rounds. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but I would be very happy to see that here.
And as we
is foreshadowing.
And as we like to say, and as Squiller isn't here, I feel it's my responsibility. Gadies, Bladies for all the ladies, and Kriegspire.
Yeah, the shade. Yeah, to talk about the Ancient Cave in general, I guess it's safe to say that Ancient Cave speedruns are more popular than the main game speedruns, and it's arguably the more enjoyable experience in the game. The main game is a great RPG, very enjoyable story, and yeah, great game design, very puzzle heavy. I definitely recommend people playing it, but the replay value is not as great, and that's where the Ancient Cave shines. So yeah, buying the game for the SNES really gets you your money's worth, I would say.
Yeah, it's, as we discussed last run, it's over 25 years and people are still finding new things.
Yeah.
And we're still getting new runners to discover this game, so it's quite it's really one of those games that is worth the investment and also has a lot of replay value and just overall solid game design. You don't have to necessarily grind all that much, even if it's an JRPG, and a lot of puzzles makes it interesting even when you're tired of fighting things.
Yeah. As Rocket said, we're getting a couple of runners a couple of new runners every once in a while. If you want to be one of those runners, I just posted a link in Discord, in the Discord link in chat. Feel free to join us. If you want to have any input, just hang out, work with us on strats, or actually trying to start on speedrunning it and need some of our resources. So yeah.
We even have like 2 weekly events, sort of, both a Monday night bingo thing, championship running,
which is not a bingo thing, but
yeah, it's we have a Monday night thing that happens in European time, and then we have the Saturday night shit show, which where we mostly just hang around and talk nonsense, and maybe someone runs the cave. It's a good community, and we're generally quite friendly.
Yeah. All right, so in terms of what's actually happening in this run, I saw that Upkainame has equipped the Berserk Blade. I wonder whether that was intentional. I can almost not imagine that it is.
Who did
so
it
there is a
equip on?
point on Decker, obviously, because that's the only person who can equip it. So yeah, that's really not what you want to see normally. If he has a Curse Lifter, it's not that big of a deal, because he will even get 10 points for uncursing it, and then it would make sense for leaving a curse for now, because it just has a higher attack power in its curse state. But as you said, Rocket, in the last run's commentary, it does happen by mistake sooner rather than later sometimes, and that would be quite unfortunate.
Yeah, Berserk Blade is a cursed item, so when you equip it, you can't unequip it without a curse lifter, and also it has quite a high attack power, so if you auto-equip, the odds are quite high of you accidentally equipping it.
Yeah, and Sinister, Hapkanami just gets a Deadly Rod, which is nice. Sinister Rain just did the bomb attack goal, and right after finds a Silver Eye, so yeah, he's racking up some points and gets a very useful item because it boosts agility right after.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, so people are starting to get past floor 15. I think everyone is past floor 15 now, which is and floor 15 is where the Decker Blade starts dropping. The Decker Blade is the highest fractal weapon of the game. It takes half of your enemy's health, and from floor 15 it can drop, and you want it. Basically, if you have Decker in your party, you want the Decker Blade.
And there is a bunch of other stuff you can use against Jelly. So we already mentioned the Deadly Rod. Voodoo's just found Zap, which is the strongest spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sister mentions in chat that scorekeeping did not yet mark that he got the bomb attack goal, which I can confirm they did.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time for the scores to update because Mitch is currently updating them manually. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So we'll have a little bit of patience with our scorekeepers. They're doing very have intensive job trying to keep track of everything and also manually updating things. So.
Yeah.
Brainiacs for Travitox, that's the bomb attack.
Yep.
So he
and
can do that.
Very early. So.
Yeah. And Mike doing the bomb attack on Taras. So that's that score incentive for him.
Yeah, he also just got a Black Eye, which, as we said last run, is upping your agility and a couple of other things as well. Hapkaname just Providence, I assume, which means he gets to keep the Gades Blade and loses the Berserk Blade that he had equipped. So I'm gonna assume that it was equipped by mistake. He did not have a Curse Lifter. And that's actually a very nice way of getting rid of it, because now he gets the Providence points and does not have to deal with it while still keeping the Gades Blade.
Yeah, that was very quick thinking of him. I don't think I would have thought of that myself, so it's very nice.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what happened, so it might be a perfectly different story for all I know, but that seems reasonable for me. And he finds Thunder right away when he's going back in there, which is the strongest non-arty spell you can find.
Travitox in a bit of a squeeze between snakes and a deadly armor, but it's like level 11, so I think he'll be fine. Should be fine, at least. Especially as long as they don't snipe Theo.
As long as they don't sandstorm.
Yeah. Oh, they took out Decker instead. That's unfortunate. Healing pad on Wood of Scream, but it doesn't cut the bush, so if you pay attention when he goes back to the stair room, you'll see a bush that is different than the other ones. And there he goes and get it.
He cut it down. Right. Waiting for you to, announce it and showcase it.
Hey.
Very nice. Yeah, so, man, I guess you can tell this is a serious race by both Rocket and me commenting on the game for 10 minutes straight already.
Right.
I'm kind of surprised by it myself. Yeah, we are looking at about 1 hour 40 minutes more of this. And I think the starts are are pretty different already. Let me mention one thing. By providencing, I mentioned that it doesn't make that big of a difference, but Hapkaname actually lost the Anger Brace by providencing, which is a bit of a setback, I will say, because that would have been an amazing item to have for the Gades Blade. It boosts your attack power of one character by 40%, and you can imagine if you have 10 or probably like 8 to 10 attacks with a Gades Blade in total, having a 40% attack boost on that is gonna be great.
Yeah. That is unfortunate, but at least you got rid of the Berserk Blade, so you gain some, you lose some.
Yeah. And you got the Providence point, so again, I still think it was a good play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for what the items he had at that point, it was a good play. Like, you can always say that, but what if you picked up a Curse Lifter? But
Yeah.
you never know what you might pick up. So for the items he had, I think that was a good, smart play.
Exactly, and you can't wait forever with the Providence, right? You can't be like running for an hour and not find a Curse Lifter and then decide the Providence. That's not how it works. Or, you could.
Yeah, but it's difficult to catch up to all that time. You saw last run how, like, when you don't get the items you need, then you're gonna end up going slowly just because you're opening chests and you're looking for something that lets you kill the jelly.
Yeah.
So, and then you need all the time you can get. So, it's.
So we see Evil Fish on Sinister's screen. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna attack these ones, but I'm curious in general whether he's gonna go after them.
This is that's a pretty interesting party room because you have all these enemies that you can manipulate, and you also have these enemies you can sort of manipulate, and some enemies that just randomly moves around. So it's a interesting mixture of enemies to manipulate. So it'll be interesting to see how he deals with it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're into that kind of stuff, I mean, you're watching this stream, so you better be into it.
You know I'm interested.
Right?
Oh, and he is actually attacking the Evil Fish, interesting.
He's level 16, he's got fire spells, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and you got the 50-50. I'm not sure whether he was aware there was only 2 of them, but that makes the battle a lot more relaxed. The reason they're going after these enemies, as you can see in the rules, they're just linked in chat by using the !rules command. They are looking for the Charm Fruit, which is required to get Blaze to Form 5. And yeah, that's one of the goals, to get Blaze to Form 5 and Gusto to Form 2.
Yeah, Form 5 is also the same as M Form, some call it. So.
Yeah, that's... Oh, yeah. And as I said, Traffic Talks is actually dying to Evil Fish.
Yeah.
I did not see how you encountered that one.
No, I didn't see him encounter them, but yeah, they evil fish are also very dangerous. So you want to be careful with how you encounter them, and take a look at what you have to kill them with and your levels when you do, because they if you mess up, they will punish you for it. And even if you don't mess up,
sometimes you want to take lightly.
Yep, definitely. Valor for Sinister Rain, that's gonna be nice. That's as we said last race, it's big heal and also a revive. It is pretty MP heavy, so maybe not the best healing early game, but late game it's definitely solid, and it's always better than having no heals at all.
Yeah, it does everything you want healing wise as long as you can pay for it.
Yep.
So yeah, Traffic Talks is back to flow 1. It might seem like a bit of a setback, but if you think about it, of course he didn't get the Providence points because he died, but he's only 7 minutes behind Hapkaname in terms of getting back into the cave. So yeah, if 60 minutes are fine, 23 minutes are gonna be, or 22 minutes as it was, are gonna be fine. And yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna
And
be.
as we saw last run, Mike died at almost 30 minutes, and he still managed to catch up to everyone. So
Yeah,
it's definitely doable, still doable for him.
yeah, and you got to jelly, whereas a couple of people who got the full 2 hours were not able to get to jelly in time. So yeah. And of course, with Trevik Talks as well as Mike being our two sub 1 runners here, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone else's PB here. I will say he's perfectly capable of catching up with, losing that much time.
Since the rain walking straight past the healing pad makes me sad.
He does not need it. Oh,
Alright.
there's another 50% evil fish encounter.
Yep.
And he gets the first strikes, so as long as you get the first strikes and there's not a lot of enemies, that's fine. If you ever not get the 50-50, or the 50% chance of a first strike encounter, you might be in trouble.
Right. Goes back for the healing pad. Good boy.
He gets yet another one.
Oh, and what if evil fish encounter?
Yeah, I will say we saw a lot of very risky evil fish encounters on the second day, so group 3 and 4. I don't remember which runners or runs it was in exactly, but I remember that day having a lot of encounters I did not find myself entirely agreeing with. Sensor seems to know what he's doing. He's got the levels and fireballs, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's engaging them in a somewhat sensible manner, so not too worried
Yeah.
about him. Iris Jewel for Abkananama.
Yeah, and he found Iris Pod earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But,
Oh.
well, another Iris Jewel in any case. So he's at 2. If he does find a third one, then he might be tempted to run Iris percent after finishing this tourney race. And he will also get 10 points.
Yeah. Again, just to reiterate for anyone who wasn't here for the last run, there are 9 Iris items and they do absolutely nothing. You turn them into town to a woman who is happy about it, but it doesn't give you anything and it doesn't do anything for you, but it's sort of, and you can't equip them, so they're pretty useless, but it's a thing in the community to run Iris percent, and they exist. That's about what I can say about them.
Yeah. In the meantime, Mike finds himself back on floor 1. I didn't see what happened.
Oh. Well, he still has more time to catch up than he had last run, so
Yeah.
he can still do it. Definitely still got a shot.
Yeah, so Traffic Talks just find the Curse Lifter. A really handy item because a couple of regular things you want in the cave run are requiring the Curse Lifter as well as a couple of points incentive in this run. And Voodoo's is picking up Champion.
Right.
A lot of useful stuff here. People are going to be happy about it. I have no idea what Mike and Traffic Talks have because even if I remembered what they got them before, they probably don't have it anymore.
Yeah. Widow's had a pretty impressive run on his qualifying round.
Yeah.
Got Jelly Kill in 2 turns, I think. As far as I recall.
He did. With Tia.
Yeah, so that's...
Only...
Yeah.
Yeah, only 2 people doing that in the history of Failed Blowout, as far as I'm aware. Thank meets being the other person.
Right.
I mean, getting a 2-turner in general, I mean, I've done that. Everyone can do that, you know. But with Tia,
yeah,
bit more difficult.
Yeah, so even if Widow's is a pretty new runner compared to the rest here, he's definitely got a good shot. I wouldn't count him out at all. still haven't gotten
Yeah.
a clear answer if I'm allowed to have favorites for the tournament or not. So I'm not gonna say anything more.
Well, I think you said enough. Yeah.
As Leo
Judging from
Paxton
this-
says, Woodovs is the best waifu of the cave.
I will leave that uncommented, but I will say that judging by his preliminary run, he doesn't know what to do when he has to.
Okay. Oh, and a curse lifter for wolves. That's good.
Nice.
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah, so
And
personally, I'm hoping to see a lot of jelly kills and a lot of points in this one.
yeah,
If I'm not seeing anyone break the 300 points, I'm disappointed. So, no pressure. But
yeah, I'm expecting everyone to get to the jelly, and I want a tight race and a lot of drama. That would be lovely. Having Kotax spawning in a rather nasty hallway for this early, and I don't think he has a lot of levels. So dealing with squealers there.
yeah.
No
Might
relation
find
to squealer.
healing spell. Almost no relation.
Almost no relation.
In name only.
Yeah.
Coincidence? I think not.
They're technically called orcs, but they do the squealer thing. He also got to deal with some wood gorems, Newburgh's Moku Jenkins afterwards, and then some skeletons. So he's got his work cut out for a tiny little hallway. DC Mike. I think Mike died. I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to have missed it. Okay, Hank says Mike died. So, someone else says he Providence. Both. It's Schrodinger's way of exiting the cave.
Yeah.
We will find out when watching the VOD.
Yep. So, Chico. Did Chico fix something? Yeah,
Probably
Chico
just
fixed the
someone
sheet.
giving Chico. Oh,
No,
okay. I see.
he fixed the score sheet. Thank you, Chico.
Shoutouts.
Chico being the most useful person to have in your chat when you play this game, because he fixes things and tells you useful information and doesn't go into long-winded rants about it. Even though Portuguese customs hate him.
Shoutouts. Not the customs, though.
No, that's to Chico.
How did he fix that score sheet without a computer, though?
Yeah.
Questions.
Of course.
Probably will have to be answered another time. Okay, back to the run, maybe.
Yeah. Wolf's getting that nice 50-50, winning that 50-50 on the assassins. And with Sap, that's that was Sap, right? Yeah, that was Sap.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always confuse Sap and Fry for some reason. I don't know. It's because it's both 3 letters.
And it's the same animation.
Yeah.
Hapkanama just gets a hand axe and a rainy axe right after another, so no excuse for him not to go out for the bomb attack goal. Let's see whether he does it.
If he remembers, that's a thing.
No, Voodoo's escaping an interesting treasure room with a ninja after him, or probably an assassin.
Of course, for Mike, that's great. The Woodhoof's getting close to the green course. Hopefully, get some of them.
I see more evil fish, and I don't think there was a first strike encounter.
No, but he has
Maybe it was,
fiber.
though.
The meow of the cave.
Single one is not gonna kill him, but
Nope.
that was a first strike attack, so yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Was a 100% attack though? We'll see. It was not.
and having an assassin in his doorway he needs to deal with.
Okay, so Hubkanami gets champion, Mike gets Aqua Helm, so yeah, still very useful equipment here.
Yeah. Come on, green cores. Everyone should get at least 2 green cores, I hope.
In terms of average play, I'm hoping we're gonna be spotting. We as commentators are gonna be spotting the good gameplay parts, because I'm sure our runners are gonna be figuring out a lot of interesting ways to deal with the cave. However, whether we're gonna be able to spot it and then, commentate on it in time is a different matter entirely. So sorry for not catching everything.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay for commentators and the stream as well, so we might be a little bit late on some things. We'll just have to deal with
just,
that.
Saying, oh, he did something interesting there a minute ago. Delay or not, just doesn't work out well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I see that Trevictox has a fatal pick on Tia, so he does have his deadly user picked out if you want, which is gonna be good. That's exactly what he wants. He gets Sandstormed, which is not what he wants.
Yeah, Sandstorm is
And there's the Decablade for Voodoo.
Ooh. Now that is interesting.
Yeah.
We've already covered the Decablade, but if just to do the quick version now that we actually have one, it's a fractional attack, IP attack, which does half of your enemy's health. So it is very, very good for the boss at the end, the big jelly lump, who you have to kill in 3 turns.
Nice description, yeah.
Yep. Oh, and he gets a green core. Lovely.
He's gonna be happy about that. So yeah, very solid base. He can run for a couple of floors now if he wants to. I'm not sure if he wants to. And definitely don't want to bait him into it. But very solid start. Only 30 minutes in, being on those floors, having equipment, healing, some experience. Very nice. Couldn't ask for more.
On Hub Kananami screen, you can see, you could see a little bit ago, a blue chest. That is not a blue chest, it's a trap, it's a mimic. You can there are blue and red mimics in the cave, and you can sort of tell because their regular chests are a little bit more shiny than the mimics. And yeah, you just don't want to deal with mimics unless you have to. Luckily, the blue mimic stands completely still, or this game would be a lot worse than what it is.
I don't know if that's really helpful. I mean, you mentioned that before, how some enemies were moving and blue mimics are staying still. It's I wouldn't mind them moving every once in a while,
Yeah, well, if they move towards you, like it lets you manipulate them off the stairs if they're on the stairs and stuff like that, but it also means they are gonna chase you, which might be problematic.
Let me interrupt you really quick. I just saw Trevictox setting up the 100% back attack on the Evil Fish. He's gonna do the same thing again here. And what you do is you put them in front of the door and they just run into them, because there's gonna be one step. They're gonna wait in front of the door before they start that circling thing. So apparently he didn't feel comfortable about fighting them, but he did show up the setup, which I'm grateful for.
Thank you very much, Trevictox. You are lovely.
Yeah. After us more or less complaining about all the 50-50 encounters. Yep.
In a pickle with ninjas. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that is not good, and that is why ninjas will wreck your day.
It's really unfortunate. Remember how I said just a couple of minutes ago that he has everything he wanted? Well, now he has nothing.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I restuel for Mike, so he also in is in the Iris item battle. Ooh, and an insta sizzle sword for Wolves when he re-enters.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Hey, that's not the worst. That's a good.
There's the Irish shield for Traffic Dogs.
Alright.
I'm starting to wonder whether Traffic Tox's decision of not killing the evil fish was based on him not wanting to feed Blaze to 5 one way or another, like even if he got the fruit. I'm completely guessing here, but yeah.
Yeah, it might also be his levels. I don't think he has a lot of levels.
Maybe, yeah.
So I like if I'm in another Iris item. God damn.
Okay, so that puts Mike at least 2. I only saw the 2. Damn.
This is put together. They almost have a full Iris percent here.
Yeah. There's another curse lifter for Traffic Tox, or the first curse lifter, I believe, for Traffic Tox.
And a party room with course. That's sure there are teleporters, and those teleporters are gonna be annoying. But with course, hopefully they stay and give him some levels. It's only level 12.
One of them stayed. Not
yeah.
the one you want to have to stay.
Nope.
And Hapkaname finds a Decablade.
Ooh.
So, yeah, now he's in that interesting decision point whether he's going to use the Decablade or the Gades Blade to jelly. The Decablade does deal more damage in any situation. So, I reckon that's most likely what he's going to be using.
Okay. But there's also that point incentive for killing the jelly without the fatal blow.
He's encountering a blue mimic, presumably intentionally. I'm assuming for points.
Yeah, no, you might wanna. Yep, good. He was running away. Good. You might have just.
Oh, do you think the stairs were underneath them? No, they're right there. I'm assuming it was for points then.
Yeah.
You do get 10 points if you do clear out an entire party of blue mimics, so maybe he was thinking, okay, if it's only one, I can kill him, and I get enough revives to deal with it if it's more than that, so, or, well, 1 or 2 or 3, I don't know.
Yep. So yeah, just explain the course again. The course give a lot of XP, and they run away, and you can kill them very easily. There are 4 types of them: red, blue, green, and no course. And when you get to red course, you want them. They're good XP. However, when you get to blue course, you don't want the red course to stay around and not have any blue course, because then they kind of waste your time. But you can manage without red course, you can manage without blue course. When you get to green course, however, you do want course, because after the green course, the ninjas show up, and the ninjas are very likely to force you to take a battle, and if you don't have XP versus ninjas, you are gonna have a bad time.
Yep. And then there's only so much you can do in terms of movement to get away from them.
And while we celebrate getting red course early, when you get to like green course and no course, getting red course and then having the no course run away is kind of annoying because they waste your time, and it feels they don't really do enough at those levels to be useful.
Yeah. Yeah, so everyone's at different floors. It's quite hard for me to, keep up with what's going on with the individual runners. Mike and Traffic Tax is somewhat in the middle of everything. Hapkanam is on the 30s, Sinister is on the 40s, Voodoos is, back at the beginning of the cave because unfortunately he just took the death. It's a bit weird to keep track of everything, and of course factoring in the points that runners get for the floor progression into what their points totals actually mean, but we're going to be seeing more of that towards the end of the run.
So yeah, Sin forced to deal with ninjas. That is where IP, having AoE IP is very good. Travitox walking past that healing pad. Oh, I'm always sad when people just walk past healing pads, even if they have full health. Which I know it saves you time, but still, it's just sad to see.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you don't need to if you already have full HP.
Full
HP, I
health.
mean, sorry. Yeah. So one would think if you don't heal in the first place and wait for a healing tile, that might be advantageous, but that's probably a pro strat.
It's like I think we have some strats that are like that, and I think they're named after a runner, but I don't really remember.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you think?
I think it's risky, but if you know what you're doing, then it's worth it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it does have some risks, of course, but I can't blame anyone for thinking there is already a lot you gotta keep in your head, and if you're not used to those strats, definitely better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah. See, if Hub Kananami can get a Cancer Rock, fighting Garbosts now. Cancer Rock has a 2 attack IP attack. I was saying attack a lot in that sentence, but I think it makes sense.
It did to me.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice little rock that drops from Garbosts and Cancers, and then it can be useful when you get, like, if you need a finisher for the jelly and you don't have anything large, then putting it on an item that has a high damage power is a good finisher.
Yeah. Mike gets 4 blue cores running away from him.
Oh.
It's just sad to look at.
That's outside.
I'm also not sure whether he needs experience, but I mean, of course, he's gonna take it if it's
And a ruse
presented
armor.
that easily.
It's a
Yeah, but
ruse.
it's gonna help him.
Yeah, but he already had one for Tia, so yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we're talking about how agility is like the most important stat. A couple of stats are not as important, up to the point of being almost completely useless. And defense and magic resistance in this game are, not quite worth the value that the menu tells you they have, because those values are only being considered by being cut into 4 in the damage formula. So yeah, unless you have a very high defense, those stats are rarely gonna matter. Or, well, I mean, they always matter, but they're rarely gonna save you. Unless you have a very high... stat.
Yeah. Oh, Wolves getting all the cores. Unfortunately, they're just red cores, and they still might run away from him, but at least they're giving him hope, and they seem to be sticking around as well, which is good.
Yeah. Hapkaname has an interesting situation. It's with Assassin, so there is a way to get a 50-50 on both of them here. He decides to go with a fast one of just getting the first encounter, taking the first encounter head on, and I'm sure he's gonna use the bush strat for the second encounter. So after this one, if you pay attention to it, there is a very fancy strat of how to deal with those enemies, because they do run twice as fast as Maxim does, so they will ordinarily always catch up to you, meaning you have to kill them. And there is still a way to... Well, okay, so normally that means it's hard to get a surprise attack on them. But there are a couple of setups that people found where you can actually get surprise attacks on them. And I was hoping the length of my sentence would be enough to showcase that.
No,
Not
just
quite.
have to wait.
Okay, he's finishing him off with a Stardust blow just to spare me the explanation time. So now if you look at it, the ninjas, or the assassin in this case, is on the other side of the bush, and he's gonna hopefully do the setup and take a step up and down, and then turn to right slash, and he does got in first, so he does get the first strike. Very nice.
Very nice showcasing of that strat.
Yeah, I hope you thought that was worth the time.
Yeah, I definitely did. I don't know about people watching, but like I'm happy, so I don't really care.
People
Uh,
watching be like, yeah, just use Stardust Blow again.
yeah,
And they would be wrong.
right. See, we got green cores for Travitox. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Lovely. Oh, no twist for Sinister Rain, unfortunately. But oh, he's so close to
Oh,
running away from those.
that's another way of dealing with him.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
he
that
did.
that puts him in a very bad situation because he just got a surprise attack and he has to survive yet another round.
Yeah.
He has to get
Oh.
a couple of capsule hits here to be able to do that. Oh no,
Yep.
his Decker is actually very tanky. Never mind.
Yep.
That works. Ooh.
So there are two ways to deal with assassins. Oh, three ways. You can avoid them, you can fight them, or you can just try to run away and hope Decker survives.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Travictox got 2 green cores and a blue core out of that battle. Of course, he managed to kill them. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's stacked.
Gonna be happy about that one. And now he's fighting ninjas at level 25. There's absolutely nothing to worry about with those levels.
Unless they do that insta kill thing.
Well, yeah, that's a 3% chance. And for them to use it, and then, like, I don't know what chance for it to actually kill you, but I will consider it largely irrelevant. If they
But
do that
it's
5 times,
you know how it is.
before
Every
he
time you
managed to
say
kill
something is irrelevant, it turns out to be really relevant.
That's fair. I'm willing to do that for content. If there is a commentator's curse, bring it on.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to make myself some friends here, right?
Yeah. Join the Lufia community, tempt fate.
Yeah.
That's our tagline, and if you like to be a rebel, join us.
Yeah, I like how Mike just got terminal blown by the session. Decker died. But you know, more than 3% chance. Not what I was talking about. The Sinister, I think, is still ahead, is that right?
Yeah, he's
Quite some.
ahead. I'm unsure where Habkananam is. But Sin has been fighting Prince Lizard, so he's at least 40. I think he's 47, 48. Thereabouts.
Yeah. Oh, and Hapkanama, of course, he Providence earlier, so
Yeah.
Yeah, he would be a bit behind, of course.
Yeah, the only one who hasn't reset or Providence is Sinister at this point. Yeah.
Yep. Now there's Voodoo trying to do the bomb attack against Antares. However, they're a bit more tanky than he anticipated, I think.
Yep.
And Sully's gonna make sure he doesn't get to try again.
Sin is dealing with the samurai. You can see nice showcase of samurai movement where they move towards you and then randomly, or towards you and randomly, trying to get them around that bush so he can get past, but he got blocked off by the dinosaurs as well. So even if he deals with the samurai, well, the dinosaurs are gonna get in his way.
Yeah. Mike is somehow ending up in the top right of the treasure room. I'm not sure why. He's looking for something.
That is, it's a pretty cool treasure room because except teleporters, I think all the enemies there have like this pattern they follow, where they just go on a certain, teleporters and the Hydora sprites.
Yeah.
The other ones all have like the pattern they go in.
Oh man, he's got himself in a bit of a situation, but it's nothing dangerous, nothing we'd have to worry about.
Yeah, he's got a deadly, so he's fine. Kananami trying to get to that core without dealing with the plant, but the plant has other plants. And a
Yeah.
trick for Sinister Rain. It's nice.
Yeah, Mike also got tricked not too long ago, and he just picked up a crystal wand just in that room. Oh, Sinister Rain gets the Buster Sword, so I'm not sure if he already has the Bomb Attack, although I think he does actually. If he didn't, he now picked up the most potent weapon in that regard. The
Right.
strongest weapon that has Bomb Attack as an IP.
And a green code for Hapkan Nama, so it's lovely.
Yeah, and Voodoo's is back on the 20 floor, so it looks like we still have a race here. If Voodoo's is not taking his time too much, then yeah, he could still get to a level that's relevant. I'm not sure whether the points total. Well, I guess the points totals are up to date now, so
Yeah.
yeah, he's definitely close enough still points wise to be able to catch up somehow. So Traffic Talks is at floor 47. So he has actually
The best floor?
overtaken Hapkaname. Sorry?
The best floor, 47. Is the
Oh
best
yeah,
floor.
right.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get any Brin's Lizards there, so
Yeah.
sad time. He usually ignores them anyway, so
Yeah.
you're heartbroken about it.
He might not be aware of their greatness.
Oh, well, that's his loss.
Yeah. Oh, he goes with an interesting bomb attack strat. I'm not gonna lie, I also wouldn't know how to gauge whether they are gonna die against bomb attack or not. I'm sure he was just, taking a wild guess at it, because normally you're not trying to fight those enemies with a bomb attack. So I don't blame him there. And me laughing about it was more like me saying, okay, that's exactly what I would have done. And it wouldn't have worked for me either.
Wolves picking up the surf plate.
Yep. I was just saying field testing strats.
Yeah, it's the best way to do it, and you actually remember what happens.
Or you never remember anything ever again.
Yeah, well, that's also a strategy. I don't know why Travitux is slashing his sword right now, but
He's waiting for the Turtona on the bottom to move to a different spot, I suppose. But it's not going to work in his favor because the guy's going to be closing in on him.
Yeah, it's just going to move towards him, so
Yeah.
Gonna deal with that. Those iron golems, one way or another.
It's also not the greatest situation to be in. But yeah, could be worse. He did do the Squealer Dash there, though.
Ooh.
A way to get past the Iron Gorms without taking a 50-50. I see... Oh no, I was about to say I see a Blue Mimic in the way of Voodoo's. But it's not actually in the way, and the stairs are in this room anyway.
Yeah. He's fighting off lions at level 14.
Oh.
That's a little bit dangerous, but okay. At least it didn't scratch him.
Yeah, there's two situations in which you fight lions. One is that you have a lot of HP and levels and whatnot, XP basically, and you can afford to fight them and you want the lion fang, or you have very little experience and you're chancing to get a back attack, maybe. You can't assure getting it. And yeah. Every once in a while it doesn't work out. Cats are gonna scratch you.
Yep, and that hurts.
It will hurt.
Hey. So. Yeah, Hapkanenama picked up a sky sword.
That's right.
Which is a lovely item.
Strongest attack bar in the game, together with a myth blade.
Yep.
And yeah, he's gonna like that if he picks up a Hidor Rock later on, or already has a Cancer Rock. I did not see whether he did get a Cancer Rock.
I don't think he has.
But he is
Trick.
fighting Prince Lizards.
Yep. So you might get a twist. Did we already cover twist this round, or was that only last round?
I think there was last try, so go for it.
All right.
I know
so,
you want to.
The Twistule, the greatest item in the cave, according to me. It gives you 30 agility, and you can put it on anyone. They drop from Prince Lizards, or you can pick it up from a blue chest. They are. You go through the cave, and as you run the cave, you'll find out that agility is your favorite stat, because agility lets you run away from enemies and also kill them before they kill you. So you want agility, and Twistule has the highest amount of agility you can get in the regular cave. And a single item, that is.
I mean, that was a great pitch. I'm sold.
Yep. Always get your twists.
Which floor would you recommend getting your Twistule on?
I would recommend getting it on floor 47, because the ninjas are on the same floors as the Prince, except for floor 47, which is where you find princes but not ninjas.
There you go, man.
Right.
Everyone listening, you already know pretty much everything you need to know about the cave to get started.
Hey.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that.
And I didn't even put on my customer service voice, which I could do, maybe in the future one day.
I thought I heard a bit of it though.
Yeah, it was almost into that.
I see.
I steered it away because nobody wants that. It's just painful.
Ads on Twitch, would you be surprised?
Yeah, no. Since the rain getting fighting no chorus and everyone running away except the red chorus, which is a good example of what we talked about earlier. But he get a new chance, and then he get no chorus.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Ooh,
nice.
That's lovely. That is what Squealer would call a boba time.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, did he die?
Ooh, I didn't see it. I can hardly imagine the Providence out for points.
No, it's way too late for that, so he must have died. That is... Oh, ninjas, according to Mickey. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Well,
yeah.
So, sub 1 hour run for him?
He's done it before. And
yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and Decker Blade for Travitox. So, did he have one from before, or was that someone else?
I don't think he had one so far. I know Voodoo's has one, and Hopcan Name does as well.
Yeah.
Wait,
so...
does Voodoo as well? I'm not sure about Voodoo's right now, actually.
But
Hopcan
Name
does have one. Yeah, I think it was in the second attempt, but I might be misremembering it completely. You know, this happens to be not the first game I'm casting today.
Yeah.
And
that's the problem with you'll notice if you run the cave a lot that after a while you start misremembering what you have on what runs. It's one of those things that the cave takes a long time, and it's kind of draining on your brain. So that will happen.
We're seeing all kinds of stuff here. Deadly Rods. And I already forgot the other two, but Mike and Sinister Rain also found some good stuff just now. Wow.
Right.
It might be my memory that's at fault here.
Yeah. Hyadoras, or Hydoras are kind of dangerous enemies to encounter, but they have a movement pattern that is fairly predictable. They basically stand still for 3 steps, and then they move 1 step.
Two steps, yeah.
2 steps.
They move
2 steps.
on their 3rd step, yeah.
Yeah, they move on the 3rd. Yep. And the Hyadora is weak to flying and ice. So if you have like a freeze sword, or freeze blade, or the freeze one, or ice
Yeah, free
wall,
sword.
or blizzard, then and couple it up with like a deadly, then you can pretty much kill them quite reliably. And they drop the Hydora Rock, which is a multi-attack IP, which is great to have for the jelly.
And some agility and attack boosts, so it pretty much does everything you want.
Yep. That was a counter rock for Whoop. Woodovs, I'm sorry.
Woofs.
Oops.
I'm seeing a lot of good items drop. Mike, unfortunately, I'm not sure whether it's going to give him too much benefit, but he got a fry sword.
Ooh, that's nice.
He's still running, so I'm assuming he didn't give up, or he does not plan to give up.
No,
so,
no.
yeah.
Never give up, never surrender. This is what you
Well,
learn when you grow up in the 80s.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never back down, never surrender. Or if you're just into kind of so bad it's good 80s movies, then.
What can I say? I would support dropping out if you die 1 hour in. That's all I'm saying.
I would not.
I know. I will definitely say I appreciate that he keeps going and keeps trying to make something out of it. I wouldn't mind seeing one of his sub-1 runs happening right here.
That would be really hype. I would love that.
Yeah.
Or just some crazy point farm strategies. But I think he's got most of the things you can reliably farm already, so yeah. Getting the jelly would be the big one.
There really only is 2 things you can reliably farm, in my opinion, which is the Axe attack from a Gorgon. Reliable is always arguable, right? But like the things you can actually influence is the Gorgon Rock and the bomb attack.
Yeah, and Providence, of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure, Providence. I guess he still didn't get that one, right?
Yep. I don't think so, no. He's died twice, so.
Yeah. That's really unfortunate.
I mean, and now I'm looking at the IP of his armor. Is there a reason he's doing that?
Well,
Is he in trouble?
Seems
don't
to
normally-
be looking for IP revives.
Yeah, you don't normally do that if you're not in trouble.
That's definitely fair. He seems to be wanting to revive Cell on Maxim, which is probably due to him having a no-core encounter in the near future, something like that. Oh no, trying to kill Adoras, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta be a little careful with the IP descriptions on the armors. Some of them sound like they would revive your characters, but don't. Some of them don't sound like they would revive your characters, but will. Yeah.
I think generally if we go for something that has to, like iron plate and stone plate, they will revive you, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And there's one more, but I don't remember.
There was a couple more, but
yeah,
I think there's 8 or 9 in total, but yeah. Some of them even AoE revive, which is very handy.
Yeah, I just remember like if you get something which has the word plate in it and it says revive, then it's probably an actual revive.
Maybe. I'm not sure whether that's actually the case. Let me check it, just to not spread any fake.
Yeah.
Fake news here.
Always.
Oh yeah, that is not accurate at all.
If it has plate and then revive in the description, like.
Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you the description of items, but it's actually only iron plate and stone plate that revive.
Yeah. Yeah, and those are the two ones which are named plate and has revive in the description.
Yeah, maybe. I'm tempted to check what Marek Plate's IP is called because... Yeah, it's Magic Rebirth. There you go.
Yeah.
And it does not revive.
Yeah.
It restores 100% MP.
Yeah, it doesn't say it revives, so.
Well...
Revive plus plate equals good. Anything else and plate, not good.
Alright. Yeah, okay, so for example, the revive armor that Sinister Ring just found does not revive, because, you know, that would be handy.
Aye, and it would be too logical. We don't want logic in our cave.
Yeah. Ah, well. Everyone's gonna be happy if they don't have to be relying on IP healing. Let's just agree on that.
Hopkane and Nama just picked up Ghost Close. Those.
Nice.
That's a AoE revive, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, it is. You can hear me type.
Aye. I can't believe I won a discussion with RC about the cave thing. Yeah.
I mean... We got 50 minutes to talk this out, but...
Okay, yeah. Maybe for the sake of everyone's sanity, we don't do that.
Yeah, that's...
There's so much going on. And I can't figure out what to talk about. So, we got cores for Mike. It's lovely. We got interesting pickups for Woofs. We got Sinister Rain, and I think him and Travitox are pulling ahead now. Hapkanama is at no course.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Mike seems to be going slower than he potentially could. I'm gonna say that, and hopefully I'm not, you know, interpreting that wrong.
Lizard Blow for Hapkanama. That's a good pickup. That's a good finisher. Everyone can use it as well. So, if you're using one of the non-standard parties, that is probably one of the best items you can pick up as a finisher.
Yeah, and Mike just picked up the Iris pot. So he did die after picking up the previous ones, but I'm not sure whether that was a different Iris item which he would require for the points, or whether it was the same one. Good luck for points keeping to figure that out.
Oh, Wolves dealing with some Brince lizards. He got Firestorm though, so he's gonna be good, I think.
Okay, points keeping is letting me know that they don't know either, but they're just gonna award him the points.
Oh, I didn't see if there was a twist drop or not. I don't think there was, because then he would be equipping it, so. Let's do that. Wait.
Yeah, so... go ahead.
I was just gonna mention that the the Sally Salamander that just killed Hapkine and Ama. They look like Brince lizards, only they're red. But they have a different movement pattern. They move slowly towards you, and they are also very nasty and will kill you.
Yep. Not something you want to play with, as Hapkanama unfortunately demonstrated.
Yeah. And also they don't drop Brince lizard, twist jewels, so they're completely pointless to fight them as well. So.
Yeah, it's generally an enemy you're just trying to avoid. However, their movement pattern makes it a bit hard to do just that.
Especially in hallways. So
Yeah.
black eye for roofs. That's a nice little agility boost.
Everything boost, as well
Yep.
as agility, yeah.
Yep.
Traffic Tox finds an Aqua Home, which also boosts agility.
Nice. Sin
Yeah,
is
gonna be good.
feeding Blaze, which is
Oh.
exciting.
Yeah, I guess that means they found a Charm Fruit, which I
Hey.
definitely missed. So we might be seeing a couple of birds here, as well as an M-Form Blaze, which is, yeah, something not a lot of runs ever see, because it takes forever to defeat that guy. But yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah, he
is-
does have a charm
if
fruit,
it does the
right?
right attacks, then it is actually quite strong. Let me say the chances are not in Sinister's favor for Blaze to do the right attacks, but I mean, if you do have Blaze on M or on Form 5, then of course you're gonna use it.
Okay, and I would
Shoutouts.
say,
Oh.
yeah, no, just do your shoutouts.
I was just gonna say shoutouts to the Demon's Crest demon showcase on Sinister Rain screen right now. That's all.
Right. Yeah. For those who like to see different aspects of the game, it's well worth checking out because you don't see Blaze fed up to M form all that often, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah. And Traffic Talks also going with the Sully 2 strats that we saw for Bamboo in the last race. And yeah, that Parish Punch that Sully just did caught my eye. He just picked up an old armor too, so
Yeah.
assuming he doesn't have a magic scale already or another old armor, that's gonna be another 5 points for him.
Yeah, that's
And
nice.
there they are.
So hopefully he gets a Gorgon Rock from this fight. You can always hope, even though there's a lot of basilisks in it. Nope, unfortunately not. Gorgon Rock is, of course, has the axe attack, which is another point incentive to use, and is also a good little item for the jelly.
Yeah, so Traffic Talks finds himself floor 74, so he doesn't have anything to worry about time-wise. After dying, well, like 22 minutes in, was it?
Yep.
That's actually a very nice pace. He's ahead of the pack. And yeah, everyone else has to worry about their time a little bit more. Not too much though at this point. We have 44 minutes left in the race, and a lot of stuff can happen still. The points are really close together right now. But they're definitely going to be changing. And Traffic Talks is way in the lead with 95 points right now.
Ooh, that is a scary room for Mike. That was
Yeah.
that is 3 blue mimics and a Medusa in the door. So yeah, if you have that list, that is the good time to put them on.
Fortunately, none of them can be on the stairs, so...
Yeah. You wanna
and none of them
explain
is in
those?
front of the door or something like that.
Yeah, you wanna explain how they can't be on the stair?
I'm not sure whether I can do that in full, but let's just say that the floor is composed by certain repeating patterns, and the stairs are always in the center of a set of 3x3 tiles. So if you look at the stairs in Mike's screen right now, it's in the center of the hallway and always will be in the center of the hallway. It's never going to be to the left or to the right of that. And if you know that floor pattern, then you can tell where the stairs will have to be in the room, and therefore you can tell whether a blue mimic can or cannot be on it.
Yep.
So, for example, that blue mimic that that Hapkanama checked earlier could not have been on the stairs, which is why I assumed that he was checking for whether he can kill it with an attack, and not checking for whether the stairs were under it.
I think someone wrote a guide on it or something, but I don't quite remember.
I'm actually not sure. Yeah, that might be one of those things I'm going to be telling people I've known about it 10 years ago.
Yeah, all right.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that probably deserve a written guide now that you mention it. In general, I guess this is a good time to post yet another link to our Discord in chat, which I'm gonna do right now. If you guys want to hang out, look at the resources that are already available, or yeah, find out more about the speedrun or what makes crazy people run this all week, then yeah,
Right.
come by.
And also, if you're wondering how I happen to know anything at all about this cave, then I would recommend checking out the link I'm posting in chat, because it has all the stats and all the knowledge you need to know. Well, except for actually experience and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, good job. No, people don't have to join the Discord anymore. Kappa.
No. You should join the Discord just to be cool like us.
Yeah, that's only one of many resources we got. So.
And joining the Discord will also let you know about tournaments and stuff like that. So it's always nice. Gravitox trying to get past that. I guess he's at Orcas now, is he?
Yeah.
Yep. So the green sprites, which are Hydoras, after a while, they become Orcas. And Orcas, there is absolutely no point in fighting if you can avoid them. That would be at floor 70 to 78. There are Orcas. And Orcas does not drop the Hydora rock, so they just hurt you and make you cry and are mean.
They do drop the Gorgon rock, but
yeah, but why
no one
would
likes
you?
that one.
Can I'm having a dream party room with loads of core sprites.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Mm.
And there is a Myth Blade for Traffic Talks, so yeah, I mentioned a Sky Sword and a Myth Blade have the highest attack power in the cave, but the Myth Blade also has an IP attack that is a 1/4 fractional, so the second strongest fractional in the game.
Yeah.
Very good weapon to have, definitely gonna be useful, and unlike the Deca Blade, it can be equipped by more than one character.
Okay. And
So,
and if you're running, for instance, reject percent, then that is your best fractional. So it's always nice to see.
so we're seeing a couple of roadblocks here for Traffic Talks, making sure he doesn't get to Jelly too fast.
Then,
which is always a danger.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to go too fast then.
Yeah.
Then doing some sneaking around genies, or trying to go that genie to leave him alone. Does that quite well, in a way that lets him avoid the Archfiend as well. So, but unfortunately, he didn't need to go that way.
Traffic Talks is getting ground shot by those genies, and that's actually a very nice IP farm for him. Tia barely survives. I'm really hoping for that to be a natural IP farm for him, and for him to be able to carry that IP to Jelly. But we're gonna see how it works out.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. I don't remember if he was one of the people who got a Deca Blade.
I'm not entirely certain, but I think he does.
Yeah, so
he does. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got Deca Blade, he's got Sky Sword, he's got the Myth Blade, and I think he's got one of the rocks. I don't know if he got
he's got the Sky Sword too? Wow.
Yeah, I think, wasn't it him?
Maybe it was. It's really hard to remember.
Yeah.
I'm doing somewhat well with the first of these races I'm watching, but watching 4 streams, then 5 streams at once, right after another.
I think he's got his guys out. So he's in a pretty good position with full IP, so he can pretty much just run, I guess. Oh,
Yeah,
but that is not that good. Oh, that is a room.
Is that what they call the commentator's curse? What would be your opinion?
That is a commentator curse. He's got 2 other options that hopefully gives him the stairs. Yeah, hopefully this genie is guarding the stairs and he doesn't have to. Oh man, I'm cursing it more now, aren't I? I should just not talk. Ooh, Gorgon
remember,
Rock.
it doesn't actually work like that.
Gorgon Rock with Sinister Rain, that's nice.
That's nice. That's 5 points for him as soon as he uses Axe Attack. And it's going to be helpful at the Jelly if he's not one of the people who are, just waving Myth Blades and Deca Blades around.
Okay.
So he did have an opportunity to get into this room, taking a 50-50 against the Genie. I guess he did not want to do that, which I can't really blame him for, with having full IP now, and which is kind of convenient if you can get it all the way down there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would say definitely take the 50-50. What's the worst that could happen? In this case, it was 2 Wind Genies, so the green ones. They're kind of fast, so...
Ooh, and a nice Perish Punch from Sully helping him out.
And there is an Iris Helmet for Hapkainami, so I believe that's his 3rd item.
Yeah.
And 3rd Iris item, I mean. So he would also get the points for the Iris items, if I'm not mistaken. If these Court Keepers give him the benefit of the doubt as well. Yep, there you go.
Yep. And a Lizard Blow for Sinister Rain, that's gonna be nice. Did he get one earlier, or was that Hapkainami?
That was Hapkainami.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Or was it?
Yeah,
I think it was. But...
Yeah. That area of the screen somewhere.
Yeah, one of the center two.
Yeah. Travitux up against 2 Archfiends. That's not nice. That is... Oh, and Tia in the front row as well. Oh. Eee.
Yeah, I mean... She was pretty much marked for death.
Yeah.
You do want to have Decker in the back there for survival, I suppose, although he's level 32.
Yeah.
He is gonna show off the... Yeah, very nice. The diagonal walking strat with Archfiends. So Archfiends, like every other enemy, moves horizontal and vertical interchangingly here. The thing is, he saw that he couldn't get it blocked at the chest, and he couldn't make it to the door doing that. So I guess he's just gonna run because sooner or later that encounter is gonna happen, or at least that's how I interpret it. So meanwhile, Sinister uses an axe attack for a glorious 68 damage against the Gorgon. Very nice. It's gonna give him 5 points. And he gets another Gorgon.
Nice. So, yeah, Travitux. Oh, he's gonna have to go through that room. Oh, yeah. That's unfortunate. I guess he was going too fast, so the cave decided that we're gonna have some drama instead.
Yeah. It's gonna give everyone else an opportunity to catch up. So Voodoo's is back on floor 67, so actually quite deep.
Okay.
And yeah, Sinister, as soon as he gets out of the Demon's Crest feeding screen, we will see which floor he's at, but I also think he's quite deep down the cave. Mike made his way back to Ninjas, so I'm gonna say around floor 45. And Hapkainami is currently in the menu, so I have no idea. Around floor 25.
Yeah. Yeah, you can pretty much tell approximately where people are based on what enemies they face, because enemies spawn on specific floors.
Yeah. Mostly it's a set of 3 floors, so when I'm saying floor 45 for Ninja, I know they're floor 44 to 46, so I'm gonna be 1 off at the worst.
Hey. Warm Ice, which Woodovs was dealing with, they are 61 to 65, so we know he's between there somewhere.
Yeah, I was a bit lazier about that, so when I caught out the floor he was at, I just looked at the message.
Oh yeah, that is also
But
a
you're
good way
right.
of just telling which floor you are on.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad he was able to catch up because at the current, yeah, floor 6-9 is pretty good, so he can definitely make it there in 30 minutes.
I'm dealing with a double archfin now. It's always quite tense when you deal with a double archfin, because while they haven't really done that horrible thing they can do so far, it's always a risk that they're just gonna kill your entire party, no matter what level you are at, so it's always a little bit scary.
Yeah, so he does have RD at level 36. I'm assuming he has a deadly. Oh, he, by the way, perfectly shows off what I was talking about before, which is the walking the Archfiend diagonally strat to get into the stairs without a second encounter. So very well done. And he pulled it off like quite fast as well.
Yeah, that was a very nice movement. Both Sin and Travitox, like Mike showed in his qualify when he was doing the initial rounds that he can do really good movements. There's the movement strats, like when he died on the stairs and then still got to the jelly at level 1. But like, you shouldn't underestimate anyone. Travitox has a really good time and Sen has a really good time. They're both really good at movement, and Habkanename is like, we sometimes give him a little bit flack, tease him a little bit, but he is good at the cave. He knows what he's doing. And Wolves, even if Wolves is quite new and occasionally messes up, he's learning really fast and he's definitely getting there. So, but unfortunate for Habkanename, he got into the evil fish again, and yep,
Yeah.
it's gonna do it. Still, keep going. Always never give up. I have faith in you. I mean, you have 30 minutes. You can do it. New world record. Go, go, go.
Wow. Yeah, it's actually only like 28 minutes, but
Okay.
that actually makes a giant difference.
Dragon
I
Spear
like my
for my
fancy
fight.
dragon. I don't
Oh,
think he
that's
can equip it.
yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have sound or already.
Yeah. That's too bad though. It's a Dragon Spear is a really fun item. It says, like, I talk about the Twist Jewel a lot because of the high agility, but Dragon Spear actually gives you more agility. It gives you 50 agility, I think. Unfortunately, you can only equip it with Artie and Selen, and you usually want like a Deadly Rod on Artie if you bring Artie. So you don't always use it that much, but if you get it, and if you get the Twist Jewel in a edition, then you're just gonna zoom through the cave, and it's a lot of fun. Highly
Its main
recommend trying
use,
that.
definitely, yeah. If you can ever get it. I mean, both those are kind of rare.
Alright.
Yeah. The main application is running away from enemies because it's going to boost your party agility, which is the average between your fastest and slowest character, which is going to be, compared to the enemy's agility. Oh, interesting single node room for Hubkanama there. He dances it. But yeah, so if you boost your escape agility, then you can escape from more enemies naturally, and that's the main use of the Dragon Spear. I said Dragon Spear as well. Dragon Spear. There you go.
Yeah. Sinister Rain. There was something I was gonna say about him. Yeah, he picked up a Fry Sword. That was it.
Nice.
It's nice. And Travitux is almost through his horrible party room.
Yeah, he's missing one step to get out of there without another encounter, unfortunately. But
Yep.
at least he makes it to the stairs and can just run from these guys now.
Wait.
Looks like a bit more death, but
Yeah,
could be
but-
worse.
Yeah, there's only one Archfiend, so he's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, Archfiends use the Thunder spell, and they have several attacks, so they can use it several times. But that is one of the very useful things about capsule monsters, is that when an enemy uses AoE, the capsule monster can soak up some of the damage. And especially against Thunder, that is really nice, and will probably save your life.
And on Sinister screen, we could really quickly see the Pyramid Dragon, and now he's gonna switch back to Blaze 3. Gonna feed the Charm Fruit, and we're gonna see the Firebird. So one of the two birds he needs to get the points for the point incentive. He now needs to feed Gusto to form 2, which I'm assuming did not happen yet.
No.
Yeah, there really is no point of doing it right now anyway. Either he's gonna make it all the way down, fight the jelly, and then he can see whether he has time to feed it, or not, and then he can still always feed it later. Like, you're never gonna use Gusto 2, or, well, any Gusto. In the run itself, you're gonna be perfectly fine with having Gusto, with having Blaze 5. So that's what he's gonna be fine with for the time being. But yeah, he's pretty much set up for another 10 points, keep that in mind, watching the points totals. So he's, well, empowered to take the lead here.
Of course, that's also very dependent on Travitox and if he gets to the jelly and what kind of setup he's got for the jelly, or both of them have if they get there. And also Wolves is still in the race, very much catching up. So still a lot of options here, many ways it can turn out.
Yeah.
Sin fighting another Gorgon. If he gets this Gorgon Rock, he'll have at least 3. But I think at some point you just get too many Gorgon Rocks.
It never rains, it pours, right?
Oh.
I mean, if you
Oh, scary, scary.
Yeah, Voodoo gets voltage bolted there.
Yeah, the green wind genies, they can hurt you. And they're also really fast, so they'll probably be before you if you encounter them. So.
Yeah. Very likely. He has enough revives to bring everyone back to full fighting power, but there was a bit of a scary moment. The second genie special probably would have wiped him out there.
Yeah.
And he is running rather fast, obviously, because he was losing a bunch of time in the beginning by unfortunately dying. But being back on 77 means he has 23 minutes for 27 floors, which is definitely doable.
Yeah.
There's another C-ring because we haven't
Yes.
seen enough of those in the wild card.
Yeah, sea rings for the. I think it's like we should sing sea shanties or something. I think it's like a hint. But
I think it's a secret shout out from the cave to Eve for her amazing artwork. As we all know, she's from the sea. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Even the cave does shout outs.
Yep.
There was a tailspin attack from Blaze, which, yeah, since we don't often feed Blaze up to M form, you rarely see it. So enjoy it when you have the chance. And another lizard blow for Sinister Rain.
Another lizard blow. Yep.
Yep. He's got a lot of finishers. So, but I think his only fractal is the Gorgon Rock.
The couple of Gorgon rocks, you mean, yeah.
Yeah. So we might want like something extra. Very nice movement, getting that Archfiend sprite stuck on that bush, leading it away from the stairs and getting past without any encounters.
I just saw, was it Travictoxia? Check his year for IP attacks, supposedly IP revives, I wouldn't know. And he also stumbled upon the Marek plate that I was talking about before. So. And probably being equally disappointed.
Yeah.
Very nice movement there. Getting in the stairs with 100% back attack on the genie, only way to do it.
Yep.
In this situation.
I mean, you can do it other ways, but that is not gonna be good. Like, you can always just stomp
without
in
moving
there.
the genie.
Yeah.
And still getting the 100% back attack.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an old armor for Mike. I'm not sure if he had those points before, but now he does.
He does now.
He does now, so he's the third runner breaking the triple digits point barrier.
Ooh.
Travictox is barely 10 points ahead, but I think he's also 10 floors ahead of the other two, so... Yeah. More or less everyone's still on the same pace, if you want to put it like that. I hope everyone can still make it a jelly. There is 19 and a half minutes left in the race for runners to get their jellies, so as long as they get to floor 99, they will get as much time as they need to get their setups, feed their capsules, and, well, watch a movie as far as the rules are concerned. The run does only end if they finish the jelly fight from that point on, but they have to reach floor 99 within the time limit, or the run is over.
Please don't watch a movie if you get there.
Yeah, like, don't.
I would be sad.
We're here for 4 hours already. We're not gonna wait until you finish.
Yeah.
It's been fun though. I mean, it's not done or anything, but...
No.
Yeah.
And I guess still being fed up to Form 2.
Yep.
So those are those extra points for Sinister Rain.
I was saying before there is no real reason to do it then. I'm gonna say there is no real reason to do it now, but yeah. I guess he can just get out of the way really quick. There is a couple items he's not gonna need, so... Yep.
Just had a slight mental nightmare about Squealer getting to floor 2 and then the jelly floor and then taking a Squealer break. But,
Yep.
Shoutouts to Squealer, by the way. He's a pillar of our community. A lot of fun hanging out in his stream.
So we now do have the 2 birds, since they're showing that off, so that is the 10 points. For the capsule objective, as one of 2 people in the whole tournament, I think, that got the objective. Very nice. And a very cool goal as a reference to why people just didn't just fly the Mount Doom in Lord of the Rings.
Right. Because it takes a longer time to feed your eagles, basically.
Oh, there is a myth plate for Voodoo now.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Man, I'm really hoping we're still gonna see like a race to the...
Yeah, I mean...
to get the most points where they kill here.
Yeah, please. Make this super exciting.
Sinister in chat is never happy.
Nope.
There's an old armor for Voodoo.
but he's Canadian, so that is to be expected.
Wow.
Travituk's trying to navigate through a party room full of dragons and things he just don't want to deal with. Good for him, he has more ways to enter it. But yeah. You want to explain dragon movement?
They move exactly like Hedoras. As you explained before, they wait for 2 steps and then they move on their 3rd step. And they only move 1 tile. So that means you can position yourself in a way where if they're against a door or like, a wall or a chest or a bush or anything else that blocks them, you can actually get a 100% back attack. And that is what we use against dragons as well as Hedoras and other enemies like it. And especially because you're trying to get Hedorox from Hedoras and, well, IP and other stuff from dragons. Yeah, it's very handy to have that movement. Probably one of the first things you're gonna learn as a new runner.
Yeah. Definitely a very useful movement to know, and you only need to be able to count to 3.
Yeah, only.
Yep.
Counting to 3 is hard. That's like the second thing you learn as a new runner.
First, how Doors and Dragons move. Second, count to 3.
Yeah. Yeah, Hopkanam is commenting on him fighting Earth Vipers, for the past 1 hour 45 minutes. I do not know how he survived that for so long, but he did.
Hey?
Decker didn't, but...
Cool, you don't need Decker, you can do this.
Yeah, 15 minutes left. Clock's ticking down, so Voodoo just entered floor 88, which means that's generally a point where you would consider the run to be safe enough. You're going to start IP farming, you're going to be comfortable about your movement being enough to get yourself through those floors without too much trouble. Traffic Talk is at floor 91, and I'm not entirely sure where Sinister is. I'm gonna have to wait for another couple stairs.
He's far enough that he's farming IP, so should be like past 88, I would guess.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
Right.
So 15 minutes to clear 10 floors. Assuming you already have IP as a piece of cake. Assuming you still need IP is a bit of a tougher task. So let's see how that's gonna work out. I see Traffic Talk setting up a dragon back attack encounter here. So he's doing exactly, yeah.
His name is Sin, farming for IP. Basically want your dragon to... Oh, and then Wolves is doing the same, so it's a triple dragon. But
Sully Parish punching the copper for Traffic Talks.
Oh.
Almost killing it.
He got the AoE attack that I never remember the name of.
Cinderblast.
Cinderblast, there it is. Yeah, but unfortunately Tia died to it. So yeah, there we have the problem with Tia.
Yeah. He's gonna lever that too.
He's typing.
One effect that has is that, well, actually, Cinderblast is not going to deal more damage if one character is dead, because it always deals the same.
Yeah, he needs to IP her alive. That's his only revive.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, that is...
That's it. So we see simultaneous IP farming on Copper Dragons on the bottom 3 screens. That is very interesting. So yeah, that's a little mini race in itself.
That was a really nice dragon casting mirror on himself. He could have just killed Tia again, but yeah. This is... and Wolves having both Tia and Maxi dead now.
There's
Yeah.
in the blast for Sinister. Let's hope that Ellen survives it.
Yep,
Yeah, easily.
she's fine. She's high level and level 38. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's gonna be enough IP for whatever she's gonna use. I'm assuming that's gonna be either a Gorgon Rock or a Super Sword or something like that. Lizard Blow, perhaps. Either way,
Yep.
the IP is gonna be enough. And that means Sinister is the first to be done with her IP farm. I think, anyway. I don't know what Voodoo's did in the meantime.
Maxim and Tia died for him, so and then he gave up.
boy.
So he's
That's not great. And now he's in one of the worst hallway situations with dragons. So there is a way to get past them, or actually a couple of ways to get past them without really.
Go on, dragon, go down, go down. Or up.
Without getting into an encounter. But yeah, that's the 50-50. And he did not win the 50-50, but that's probably fine. They're unlikely to kill him.
You say that, but
Yeah, leaving Decker in the front row is gonna make them a bit more likely to kill him. And he's actually fighting them, so he's gonna use this opportunity to actually farm IP. Let's see if that's gonna work out for him.
No.
It is really not gonna work out for him. So he's not dead yet. The second dragon could be casting Mirror or regular attacking Sully. Oh, unfortunately the first one is not confused. Okay, Decker survives.
That is too close. Please, Motive.
Too close for comfort.
Yeah. No, my heart.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Again, even this dragon, the Copper Dragon is the weakest of them, as you explained earlier, Rocket. The Silver Dragon attacks twice instead of just once, and Gold Dragons attack 3 times. But still, even the Copper Dragon is nothing to mess with, and you can see why the 100% back attack is something that people will usually go for.
Right, and there we go. Travatox getting his Cinder Blast, and Tia surviving. Now he's missing a tiny bit of IP.
He's just gonna walk into the dragon again, because why not?
Yeah, he's missing a little bit of IP for Guy, so he's hoping for an attack on him, I guess.
Does he need it though?
I don't know. Like, he's got a Mythblade for Guy, so probably not.
That's gonna be enough IP, yeah. So unless he has a Gades,
he doesn't have a
really
Gades.
need more IP than that. Yeah, I'm guessing either was a fluke or he tried to kill it for experience.
Yeah.
Looking at the clock, players have 8.5 minutes, so Traffic Tux is looking at 7 more floors, or 6 more floors to be exact.
Yeah.
That should be fine unless he gets any major roadblocks.
Oh, that was
yeah.
That was a little bit spooky past the dragon there, at the corner. But he did it without an encounter, and was that a? No, you can't do a Squealer Dash against dragons, right?
Nope.
No, so it just looked a little bit weird, but
I
probably was. I'm being
unfortunately
tired, so yeah. And also Sin and Travatox at the exact same point. So
we see Hapkan Amidai and the Evil Fish again, so that's a bunch of deaths. We've seen the Evil Fish in this race.
yeah. Guess he's gonna go and contemplate life and his life decisions. Yep. That is GG. Nice go.
Voodoo's is being showered in silver swords.
Hey. I mean, that's probably not the healthiest shower you can take, but
yeah, that's fair.
very good for him that he's not a werewolf, then he would be in trouble.
Yeah. Good thing he's got a golden umbrella.
Could you explain to me what Sinister Rain is doing?
Killing a gold dragon for the gold eye drop. Maybe he has to kill the dragon to get past it, I would assume. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I hope it's because he needs to get past this dragon. I don't think Sella needs like any more IP.
No.
No, okay. So
Let's see what the situation was.
okay, it's
Oh yeah,
just
okay.
in
You
an
did not
annoying
want to
position.
wait.
Yep.
Yeah. With only what is that? 6 minutes.
Yeah. 6 minutes and some seconds.
Tux manages to get his dragons to move just enough out of the way to squeeze by, and to squeeze by safely, I will say.
Yes.
He's on floor 97, Sinister is on floor 96, and I
Yeah.
believe Voodoo's is still missing IP, so...
Yeah, and I think Sin is looking for like that clutch fractal item. That's why he's not just taking the stairs, which were in the room he spawned in, but walking around trying to find chests and stuff. Oh, that would have been such a lovely Deca Blade if that chest was just...
Yeah. I'm definitely in the business for a couple of jelly fights, so...
Yeah, please, please, please.
Yeah, we've seen a bit too many self-destructs for you know, a tournament like this. Maybe we can spice it up with the finals here.
Okay.
I want to say everyone has at least some setup, and it looks like at least Travictox, from what I can tell, is far enough and has decent enough setup to be able to kill the jelly. I like Sinister's options as well, and Voodoo's has the Myth Blade, so I'm not... I'm not ready to call him off yet, but he needs the IP.
Yep. Voodoo's needs the IP, Sin needs the Fractal, and Travictox, I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, he needs to not mess up, I guess. So, there is a point incentive for killing the jelly sub 2 hours. I'm assuming Travictox is planning for that, but I'm not entirely certain. It's perfectly valid to disregard that, but yeah. In our news, Voodoo's just picked up an old armor, but I think he already had those points. So Sinister is the first to floor 99.
Yeah.
And I'm almost tempted to count damage, but I guess let's look at the setup here.
Yeah,
Because I'm not gonna bother people with my keyboard.
Right. I'm not sure what I would do in Sinister position, because he's got some good stuff, but he's missing that big fractal. So it's a very... It might be a kill, but it's very uncertain.
He's got a couple of Gorgons, and otherwise he's gonna rely on heavy damage. So I see Hedorok and Fry Sword. So
Yeah, no,
that
he's on the
trick
quick so.
is... Yeah, that's gonna... Oh, really? Or self-destruct, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
But if he does it, then... And Travictox gets to the jelly, which I think he has, then he's probably got a kill, so he's... Yeah, that's not gonna be enough, Sin. You need that kill if you want to win this.
Yeah, maybe as we see the sound icon very slowly moving to the left. That's priceless. The special effects of this tournament, man.
Mind-blowing, super duper effect, yeah.
Yeah, I think Sinister would have had a shot here because he has at least 2 Gorgons, and if you did the Elizablow and then the Hedorok and Fry Sword, with a bit of work from Blaze, maybe he could have gotten there. Yeah, but he goes for a self-destruct for the safety for the points. That's fair as well, because you can't really do both. At the same time, Travictox is tricking out his party.
Okay, and Wolves just curse lifted Berserk Blade.
Very nice.
So that's some extra points for him.
Oh yeah, so
Wolves
Trey
also made it to
Ferris.
the jelly place.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have IP, so.
Yeah, Sinister gets self-destruct points. Traffic Tux gets, from what I can tell, a not too great fatal blow, but I didn't calculate it.
Right. Let's see.
And
I hope
Voodoo's
someone
is
is
also
doing.
to jelly.
I hope someone is doing calculator stuff.
So we get just over a minute, which should be enough for Traffic Tux to finish this fight, and should not be enough for Voodoo's to finish this fight.
8,562.
And there is a kill for Traffic Tux.
Kill. Yeah.
Very nice.
GG. Congratulations,
GG.
Traffic Tux.
Yeah.
That is
very well played. Voodoo's is also going for the self-destruct strat and also gets it. So yeah, Traffic Tux gets the point. Sorry?
Mike is at the jelly.
Oh, he is. Oh wow.
Holy.
Kind of flying under the radar there, at least as far as I'm concerned.
That is he's gone fast. He's gone really fast there.
Definitely. So as you can see on the timer, it's still sub 2 hours. So 4 of our runners have actually made it here to the jelly sub 2 hours. 3 of them have finished sub 2 hours. Of course, only Traffic Tux is going to get the points for finishing below the 2. And now Mike gets as much time as he needs for doing his entire setup. And apparently that's not a lot of time he needs. We get more interesting visual effects.
Yeah.
But
no cursor spam, unfortunately.
Okay. It looks like he's also going for the self-destruct, which is not too surprising, because if you run that fast, you don't have that much time to pick up anything. But it looks like he's going to be able to score a solid second place in this tournament with the points he's going to get.
And also super impressive movement, because he died at the 1 hour mark, so his second run there has been less than an hour, so that's so that's pretty insane.
It is very impressive, and I definitely did not pay as much attention to his run as I should.
Last time I checked, he was dealing with some teleporters, so wow.
Yeah, it was
very nice job in any case.
Yeah, we got a lot of people to the jelly this run. I'm bringing Traffic Tux in here for a little bit of a post-victory interview. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see that I got enough points to win this tournament.
Yeah, it was a good showing. I was afraid when I started seeing people killing themselves on the jelly for the last 3 times that we've run this now, that we weren't going to get any jelly kills, but you got one, so you saved the finals, and that was nice. Anything you want to say about that run?
Yeah, I mean, I failed at the beginning against the evil fishes, but other than that, I was pretty satisfied with the run.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I definitely liked the evil fish part for sure. That was real fun to watch. But anything else you want to say before we go ahead and go to the wrap up for this tournament here?
Yeah, thanks for the commentary. GG's to the other runners. And yeah, that's it for me.
Yep. Cool. Well, all right, everybody. That will be the end of Fatal Blowout 2021 for us. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks to the commentators, especially Rocket and RC, for doing a back-to-back commentary thing right now. You guys did great, so definitely appreciate all that. Thanks to the scorekeepers for all their hard work. Thanks to Eve for the beautiful art that we have up there in the top left. Thanks to RC for the layout. Thanks to RPG Limit Break, of course, for letting us. I forgot to shout them out last time, and I felt like an idiot. Thanks to RPG Limit Break for letting us use their channel for this. It's definitely great to do that here, where we can, have a bunch of people watch, and as we all have fun. Shout outs to Krieg, Mitchie, everybody behind the scenes that helped me with this. Eli. Too many people to name right now, but I'm going to go ahead and go back to the screen right here, say a big thank you to everybody. If you want to check out more Ancient Cave, definitely follow the runners or the game on Twitch, and also check us out on Discord if someone could post that one last time in chat. And we will see you all again next year for Fatal Blowout, and hopefully for some other tournaments coming soon, but we're going to have to wait on that. So thank you all for coming, and we'll see you next time.